Oh, payment.
Does that may also mean somehow, if our sound is connected with whatever change was made today?
Amy and I tested it and it worked really well. We didn't get any of that feedback.
Am I supposed to go on Zoom now?
Yeah.
I think it has to do, somehow the mic's already picking it up because you can hear me.
Just don't use the table.
Don't use the table.
That's
Well-
when it goes crazy.
No, that was my computer mic. Okay, we're gonna go ahead, I think, Member Lyon is getting himself into the Zoom room. So I'm gonna move forward with the first bit of business and call to order the budget hearing, for District 205. Allison?
Lyon,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
Rodriguez. Here. Sharpie,
Yes.
Walters,
Aye.
Cervantes,
Here.
Hennigan.
Yes.
Talk on here for everyone while I echo.
Okay. Hello.
So we should be mute unless we're talking. Correct.
Are you gonna change the podcast?
Allison, you can let me in at your, as your. I didn't hear you.
Are you all set? Okay, all right, hello everyone, I'm Jennifer Nam, I'm the Assistant Superintendent, and I'm going to be presenting the FY '21 budget tonight. On the first slide that you'll see on the screen, we're gonna kind of go over some unique challenges that we have in FY '21 that we've really not ever experienced, in recent history. So to begin with, some of the challenges, there's a multiple, list of them. But the first one, let's talk about some of the state issues. So this year, when the state passed the FY '21 budget, there was flat funding for education and the evidence-based model and with all the categorical grants. That budget was predicated on the idea that the graduated income tax would pass in November. Springfield has been pretty upfront with the fact that if the graduated income tax does not pass in November, there's going to have to be some hard decisions that are made in Springfield. One of the options is that the governor has a 12% option to transfer fund balances in essence through the state budget, so they can reduce any budget by 12% to help fund other line items. The governor has also talked about increasing the tax rate or proposing increase in the tax rate overall if the graduated income tax does not pass. So all of these things are unknowns, but the one thing that we do know is if by some chance this does not pass, the budget that has been presented in Springfield does not have the revenue stream to be able to support it for the second half of the year. The COVID-19 pandemic has really severely impacted the state budget and state revenues in numerous various ways. We have a high unemployment rate currently in Illinois. We have reduced sales tax from businesses closing, event cancellations, and social distancing requirements. And we also have delayed collection of personal and corporate income tax. So all of these things have impacted how the state is funding various line items. Even with the influx of federal dollars that the state has received, the state is anticipating that we will see a $2.2 billion reduction in revenues in the state of Illinois for FY '21. So how the state in essence is going to pay its bills past November is deeply in question at this point in time. Can you go to the next slide? Some of the other challenges that we're experiencing this year is our federal Title I and Title II allocations were cut from FY '20. Our local 1-cent sales tax revenues have been down since the COVID-19 outbreak. It's kind of a little difficult to see if you're sitting in the audience here, but in our May collections, which are actually what the 1-cent sales tax generated in February, were up 1.42%, which is good. But then we moved to June, which were the March collections, and they were down 10.78%. And then the July collections, which were actually in April, were down 11.91%. So we anticipate that we'll continue to see probably about a 10% decrease overall in the 1-cent sales tax locally. There's also a new state law that was passed the end of March, beginning of April, that protects property owners from adverse action if they are unable or do not pay their property taxes. So typically, if you do not pay your property taxes within the defined period of time, after 120 days, your property goes up for a tax sale. Those requirements and rules have been suspended for 1 year or until the COVID-19 pandemic and emergency subsides, whenever that is going to be in the future. So in the past, there was a real urgency for people to make sure they paid their property taxes on time. And obviously after 120 days, your property could potentially go up for a tax sale. Those types of rules are currently suspended with the COVID-19. Warren County tax bills for tax year 19 just were mailed last week. So both payments are due on October 16th, which I am anticipating will possibly affect collections. When both payments are due on the same day and people are, struggling financially, it's gonna be very difficult for you to pay your entire tax bill at one time. So it'll be interesting to see what the Warren County tax collection rate is for tax year 19. Okay, so some of the assumptions that were created to develop this budget. All salary, benefits, and regular operational costs are included in the budget due to the uncertainty of the learning platform for 2020-2021. So basically what that means is not knowing what we were going to do after the 5 weeks that the board committed to e-learning, we needed to build those salaries back in as if we were going to be in person past that point. So depending on what learning platform is decided in the future, that will be amended and adjusted accordingly. Contingencies have been created for the pending contract language. There's also contingencies this year for unemployment insurance. Galesburg is on a full 100% reimbursement model, so we're in essence self-funded for unemployment insurance. So every quarter we receive a bill and pay out the unemployment claims directly to IDES. On the revenue side, this is really where the biggest impact is. So later on, I'm going to show you the board policies that kind of dictate our savings policies. We do not have an expenditure problem, we have a revenue problem. And that revenue problem is probably going to continue for a number of years. So I think it was at the last board meeting, I had mentioned that in 2008, when we had the mortgage crisis, it took about 3 to 5 years before we saw the full impact of that mortgage crisis. They're anticipating through the federal budget office that that same trend is going to occur with COVID. So this isn't a 1-year revenue problem, this is going to probably be a multi-year revenue problem where the district is concerned. So to address these kind of unknowns, to make sure that we were having very conservative projections for revenue, in this budget we reduced the CPPRT by 20%. We reduced interest income 80% by overall in all categories. We've only budgeted for receiving 2 categorical payments from the state. Our evidence-based budget is flat funding from last year, but we reduced that by 12%. As I said a few minutes earlier, the governor can take 12% of our funding and move to other budget lines, so we reduced that by 12%. Tax year 2020 levy will be budgeted at the same amount as the tax year 2019. We've reduced our collection rate by 20% for tax year 19 and tax year 20. So because we're on the accrual method, part of our revenue comes from tax year 19, part comes from tax year 2020. So we reduced that collection rate by 20%, not knowing how that's going to really look, since we've never really had an issue like this and had legislative language that allowed people to delay their payments. Our ESSA allocation was about $1.9 million this year, down about $250,000 from the previous year. Pre-K and pre-K expansion were also flat funding for FY20. We reduced the facility sales tax by 10% in terms of revenue generated. We believe that will probably be what it's down for most of the year. We reduced all fees from FY20 down to 0 for FY21, since we're not charging registration fees. We reduced all lunch sales down to 0, once again, not knowing what kind of learning format we're going to be in. And then also, Mr. Davis is going to be presenting some information about all schools going to CEP in the future. So we just projected that at 0. And we projected federal and state lunch reimbursement the same for FY20. So the next slide is an FY21, FY20 comparison. And if you take a look, some of the numbers are a little deceiving in that we have a lot in construction and health life safety that is still for the ongoing construction projects. So when you see a negative 23 million, it looks startling, but those are monies that we have in our accounts to pay for future projects. So you'll see those. But we're looking at, for FY21 in the Ed Fund, budgeted revenue at about 30.4 million compared to 37.2 million from last year. So a pretty substantial drop in what we're budgeting for revenue. Whereas on the expense side for the Ed Fund, we have 38.4 million in expenses, and last year in expenses for the Ed Fund, we had 39.1. So we've been able to conserve, we've been able to make some cuts in certain line items, but at the end of the day, it is a revenue issue that is generating this problem. So we're looking at about a $7.9 million deficit in the Ed Fund alone. O&M, we're looking at revenue at about 1.4, budgeted expenses at 2.1, and with a deficit then between the two of 669,000. And then moving down just to transportation, which is one of our operating funds, we have revenue at 1.1 million. For FY21, we have expenses at 2.3 million, and there is going to be a deficit between those of 1.1 million. If you take a look at the next slide, it breaks down our expenditures by categories, also between FY21 and FY20. So in FY20, we had salaries at 29.3 million in Ed Fund. We're looking at salaries this year at 27.4. Employee benefits at 2.9 compared to 3 million last year. Purchase services at 2.6 million versus 2.5 last year. Supplies and materials at 1.5 million versus 2.2 million last year. Capital outlay at 147 compared to 79,000. Other objects, 3.5 million compared to 1.7 million. We've spent a tremendous amount of money on PPE, cleaning supplies, masks, hand sanitizers. All of these things currently are going for premiums. So we've spent a lot of money on that, and that is reflected also in the upcoming budget. So overall, in the Ed Fund, can you hold on just a second? We're looking at total expenditures of 38.4 million compared to 39.1 from last year. So we have been able to reduce some of our expenditures, even though other things are costing us more money this year. But once again, this is a revenue issue, it's not an expenditure issue.
I have a brief question. We have cut our expenditures. Do you have some examples of things we've done to, because that's a substantial reduction.
Right. So, one of the things, for instance, we've been trying to budget about $250,000 a year for curriculum. So this year, we've shifted all that to either our CARES Act money. So we were able to purchase technology and much of the software that we needed for online learning through our CARES Act money, which was actually in FY20. So we were able to reduce that. I'm trying to think of another example of what we've reduced. There were reductions in the athletic budget. So we went through and just inherently, without us being in person and with the number of sports being reduced, we don't have referees, we don't have gate workers, things of that nature. So that was another reduction.
We also have about 250,000 reduced administrative salaries.
Yes, so that's a big one.
Because the salaries is down 2 million.
I'm sorry?
Because the salary line item is down 2
Correct,
million.
correct. So the $250,000 less in administrator salaries. We have one position here, in central office that we did not refill, when someone retired. We've had 3 or 4 retirements in custodial and maintenance. Is it 3?
3, for sure.
3. So we've had 3 retirements, so we're not backfilling those positions at this time.
And are some of these assumptions based upon, us continuing with remote learning? And if we go back to in-person? will
No.
These expenditures increase?
So it's actually the opposite.
Okay.
So these assumptions are based as if we will be in person. So actually, there will be some expenditures that would be reduced if we were in e-learning for half or the full part of the year, depending on, how we have to recall employees. So for instance, if we recall employees in certain bargaining units, then we're committed to those salaries regardless if we're in person or out.
Right.
So if we were to come back in and for some reason, there's a situation where we have to go back to an e-learning platform, we would still be responsible for paying those salaries and benefits. So we just built in all the salaries and all the benefits, not knowing kind of what the future held after these 5 weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next slide, we won't read this word for word. This is our fiscal and business management policy that is, in board policy 4:10. And so every year we look at this to see where we at, or basically where we're at with our savings account. And if we look at the next slide, awesome. Okay, so the first one is operating with 180 days of cash on hand. So this year, our projected fund balance in the ed fund is 15.3 million. 180 days of cash on hand is 18.9 million, and so this year we're at 81% of our goal for that. Operations and maintenance, projected funding, ending fund balance is 1.9 million. 180 days of cash on hand is 718, and so the board will be meeting that goal. Transportation projected fund balance is 2.1 million, 180 days of cash on hand is 1.1 million, and we'll also potentially meet our goal in that. So it's really the ed fund that from the, indicators, from reserves, from expenditure point of view, that, would be not up to the 100% goal. And then the next slide is operating with revenue to fund balance ratio of 2.1, which is also in the policy. And this is actually an indicator of your revenues, and then what your ending fund balance will be. So our revenues this year in education are 30.4 million, our ending fund balance will be 15.3. So we're projected to meet in that metric. Operations and maintenance is 1.4, projected ending fund balance is 1.9, so we'll also meet there. And then transportation will have a projected revenue of 1.1 with an ending fund balance of 2.1 million, and that will also meet. So really, when you look at the 6 indicators between the 2 slides, we're not meeting in the one, which is the ed fund, will be at 81%. But that goes to show that we've been able to build up some reserves for a rainy day. We just didn't anticipate that that rainy day would hit when it did, and so suddenly, but I'm really thankful that we have that there. So for a few years, we'll be able to hit those metrics and feel like we're in a safe position. The next slide is just about our budget amendment process. So as Member Sherby said, and asked the question about what assumptions the budget was built on, and it was built on having full salaries, not knowing what platform we're going to be in for the remainder of the year. Early spring, I'll be amending the budget. We'll have a good idea of how we're going to finish the year. Hopefully at that point, we'll know what salaries we needed to recall. And so we'll have a better idea of kind of what our trends look like at that point. We'll know the outcome of the graduated income tax. Cuts to specific areas in the state budget will be determined at that point. We'll have 9 months of COVID trend data for the 1 cent sales tax, and our property tax collections will be in for 2019. So we'll be able to determine what that tax collection rate is. And then once again, our instructional model and personnel costs will be determined at that point. Does anyone on the board have any questions? Yes, Member
The
Lang.
10% decrease in the sales tax receipt, how does that affect our ability to pay our bonds?
So we're fortunate that, we have excess revenue that goes into Fund 60. So we have not over levied where the B series bonds are concerned. So we should not have a problem with making those bond payments that were the alternate revenue bonds.
Jennifer, what are the positives, what are the 1 or 2 negatives that we're facing in this next year?
I would say the positives are that we have been very conservative and we have some healthy fund balances that are going to get us through for a year or two. I would say we've been very frugal in making decisions on expenditures for the upcoming year. We continue to monitor and watch everything closely. It was also helpful that the CARES Act money came at the end of last fiscal year. So we were able to purchase some technology and some instructional programs that were pretty high priced through the CARES Act money that did not impact this year's budget. But obviously the negatives are all involving revenue that really the board and none of us have any control over. It kind of goes back to the same old story, the state of Illinois. So unfortunately, these are factors that are outside of our control. And if that graduated income tax does not pass, the state is going to be in a lot of peril. They borrowed, I believe, $225 million at the end of last fiscal year just to get through to be able to make their minimum payments. That bond, I believe, is being called here sometime in the fall, right after the election. So if that graduated income tax does not pass and they know they're going to have that stream of revenue, I think there's some issues. I just read an article today, we have the worst bond rating, the state does, not the school district, has the worst bond rating in the entire country. So Illinois, we've been so focused on COVID-19 and we've been focused on other things. Really, the state financially is in a very tough position. And so the passage of that graduated income tax is really gonna be crucial from a budgetary standpoint in order to be able to fund programs beyond really the first of the year.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. Tonight, I believe you have a copy of our budget. I want to let you know that I did not get my released allocations until today from Delabar. And so I've been working a little bit in the dark with that. The good news is we were building a budget, as we always do, off of zero-based budgeting practices. And the other good news is that we'll have level funding from our 2 grants that supply our revenue for our budget. Those 2 grants, one is the CTI grant, the other one is the Perkins grant, and then the other funding sources are tuition. On page 6 of the copy of the budget that you guys have, you're gonna see the tuition numbers. Our tuition's held steady this year. If not, we were gonna grow, I think, due to the COVID. Our numbers kind of steadied out. I think, the area schools were a little bit reluctant to send some of their kids over as we tried to juggle 5 or 6 schedules. So if you think about what we were trying to do, you had Abington, Knoxville, Monmouth, United, and we had to try to find a schedule that worked for all of us. Some we did, we had some success in that, and some success we did not have in that. So, on page 6 of this, document, you'll see our tuition at $398,872. And if you wanna go over to, other, revenue sources, on page 7, you'll see the Carl Sandburg College instructor reimbursement. Sandburg sends that, reimbursement back to us for some of our instructors. We work with them on either we help, we either pay for the instructor or we pay for the section. And they actually work with us and make that the most feasible, option available to us. There's a sale of vocational projects, that's a $4,000 that shows that's in and out money for some of our projects through our culinary class. Our state grant, CTI grant, as I said, is level funded at $84,964. And our Perkins grant is funded at $56,287. So, in the end, we have got a total budget of, let me see here, $562,719. We have some big ticket items. I have to submit my grants to Nancy Bittner over at Delabar. And in working with our budget this year, we have some large ticket items as we think about outfitting our new vocational space across the way. So a lot of the monies that are created through the revenue streams are gonna go towards some of the large ticket items. Last year with some of our budget money, we bought a compressor system that will run for the whole building. This year we still have an exhaust system and a possible dust collection system and some other large ticket items to outfit that space. So a large part of the expenditures, of course, is our salaries that we have for our teachers. That is prorated out due to the time that they spend with us and the time that they spend with Galesburg High School. So, once again, I apologize, but I did not get these allocations until today. Nancy Bittner's been doing health, life, safety stuff. I asked for it last Friday. She did not release these numbers to me until today, so I'm building a budget as quick as possible. Do you have any questions for me?
Questions for Mr. Beasley? Thank you.
Thank you.
At this point, we have time for public input. Seeing none, I will close this hearing. Okay, now we will call the regular Community Unit School District 205 Board of Education meeting to order. Allison.
Ryan?
Yes.
Phelps?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Aye. Shorty?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Montez?
Here.
Flanagan?
Here.
Those in the gallery could stand for a moment of silence and a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First, is recognition of public comments. We have one this evening. I can ask Lisa Wolf to join us at the podium, please. Visitors may request to address the Board of Education on any items remaining to the role and function of the Board of Education. You should, give your name and begin your statements. We no longer ask for address. Persons are asked to refrain from making any personal comments regarding any individual. And the board president reserves the right to limit presentations to 5 minutes.
Okay.
My name is Lisa Wolf. I'm a teacher here in Galesburg District 205. It's my 23rd year in the district, 27th year teaching overall. I came tonight to appeal to hopefully the board in regard to changing maybe some of the policies and procedures that we have surrounding our return to learn plan. I can only speak for how these things work at Galesburg High School because that's where I teach. I'm unfamiliar with other buildings. I've heard lots of input from friends that I have at other buildings, and I think a lot of us are on the same page about a lot of things. Just to kind of explain how my day works. First of all, I've chosen to teach at school in my classroom. My husband's a teacher in the district. He's got his headquarters in the basement. I head to Galesburg High School. I check in at the main building. My temperature's taken. I'm asked the COVID questions. I'm given a sticker. I put it on. I then get in my car and I drive out to the mobile classroom area because that's where I've been relocated. When I get to the mobile classroom area, I have to text either our assistant principal or hope to catch Officer Woolsey up and down the strip to let me into my pod because it's locked. Once I get there, of course, I kind of go about my business. If I leave to go home for lunch, which I have done a couple of times, when I get back to campus, I have to again text someone or make a phone call to get let back in the pod. Now, understand too that last week it rained almost every day. So when I'm checking in the main building or waiting here or there, wherever, to check in or to check out, I'm waiting in the rain. I get, at the end of the day, I head back to the high school and I'm supposed to give my sticker back to the person who is sitting at the thing, and then I go home. It seems like an awful lot of work to work in my pod. I have all this written out, I haven't read a word of it. What I would like to say though is that for as much as you all and all of us want to stay safe in all of this, I almost feel like I'm being put more at risk by the check-in and check-out procedures that we have in place. I teach in a pod that has 8 classrooms. That means that I, at maximum, can come into contact with 7 people during the course of the day. I'm averaging 2 people during the course of the day in my pod. By checking in and out of the front office, I'm having contact with all of the people that are waiting in line and all of the people that are going in and out of the vestibule in the main building. It just, numbers-wise, doesn't make any sense to me. I noticed that there are card swipes on the outside of the pods. I'm not exactly sure why we can't have card access between 7:30 and 3:30. There might be a very good reason. I just don't know what it is. But I'm thinking that if we could turn those card swipes on and I could get myself into the building, we could take temperatures and we could log on a Google form who we've had contact with at the end of the day and cut out a lot of what's happening that to me seems unnecessary. Now again, I wasn't privy to conversation about how it all shook down, so maybe it's completely necessary and I just don't understand. But it sure seems like I'm coming in contact with a lot more people than I really need to be during the course of the day. I would also like to discuss the fact that we have no access to a refrigerator or a microwave, or in my case, I would like a cup of coffee every now and then. But all the main lounges have either been shuttered or no refrigerators and microwaves and that kind of thing put in. We've also been told that we can't have personal refrigerators and things like that in our classrooms. I don't know of another school district around that's gone to these kinds of measures. I've talked to many, many, many teachers in many different school districts just to ask, like, what's your procedure for lunch? What do you all do for lunch? Well, we can use the lounge, we just can't sit in there and eat together. Or I've got a refrigerator in my classroom, we're allowed to just, to use that and sit in our classrooms. So I haven't quite figured out that whole thing, but I'm hoping that it's something that you all will talk about and maybe think about changing. Another thing, and this is gonna sound trivial to a lot of you, but I have never, in my 24 years in the district, 23 years in the district, I've never been to a board meeting to talk before, so it's not trivial to me. I wanna decorate my classroom. I have no kids in my classroom, but I want posters on the wall and I want a picture of my family in their Cubs attire sitting on my desk. I'm there all day, every day, and I would like for it to feel as much like school as it can feel. I would like for when the kids see me on camera, for them to see all the goofy stuff that I hang in my classroom. And right now, it's a whiteboard. It's not fun to be at school for me. It's not fun first and foremost because there are no kids there, but it's not fun because I've got nothing to personalize my classroom with. As goofy as it sounds, I know I can haul in a cooler and that kind of thing, but the whole lunch thing is inconvenient. And the check in, check out has become quite it's just an inconvenience. I would feel differently about it. I guess really that's all. I would like for everyone to understand that the reason I'm here, and I'm not speaking for everybody, but I think I am speaking for a lot of folks. We would like to feel a little bit more welcome at school than we feel right now. A lot of us are working really, really hard, and at the end of the day are exhausted, like everybody here is. But it would be nice if the surroundings that we were working in were a little bit more friendly and quite frankly, more teacher friendly. And I don't feel like it's very teacher friendly right now. So I hate to speak and run, but I've got a little girl with math at home to do. So I'm gonna go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have presentations to the board. Okay, we're gonna ask Mr. Davis to come up and speak to us about food service.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Matt Davis, Food Service Director. I will try to be brief, but I wanted to talk to you all about our first week as far as food distribution with our e-learning environment. So the first slide here, this is a actual picture of one of the meals that we had served last week. As you can see, we are doing a lot of prepackaged products. However, we're in the process right now. We have a lot of money. I allocated to begin with a lot of money to our DoD program, which is a fresh fruits and vegetable program. There are commodity dollars, and we're in the process of transferring more money into that as well to better utilize this program. So we're trying to use as much fresh fruits and vegetables as we can. As you can see, we are packaging lunch and breakfast together, so it looks like a lot of food for one meal. That's actually 2 meals in that picture. These are the sites that we're operating out of. So you'll see that all of our school locations operate from 11:30 to 1 o'clock. We start packing buses at 9:20 at GHS. We do it from the West Circle. And from 9:20 until 11 o'clock, 10-minute increments is how we pack our buses. So there's 9 buses total, 10 total sites. You can see that when you get down to where it says Hy-Vee, so Hy-Vee and the Henderson Post Office in Henderson, Illinois, operate off of one bus. Kimberly Terrace and Lake Bracken are also one bus. And then you have Swings, Westport, and Colebrook Church are one bus too. And those are our activity buses, district provided. All the other buses are through First Student.
Who's staffing the buses? Are you gonna tell us? Who's staffing the buses?
The buses, the staff on the buses is paraprofessionals.
So how many is on any one bus? One bus is one paraprofessional?
2,
Two?
and then a First Student driver, of course. And then our activity buses are just one driver. So these are, after the first week, which is, our first week was 4 days, these are the breakdowns of the average meals that we are distributing off of each bus. So you can see we're at just over 1,200 meals per day. Mind you, these are 2 meals per bag is how we're doing it. So, and those numbers are reflective of that. So you can see that, you know, Silas and King, quite a bit of participation there. Steadily, every day the numbers have gone up as well, and last week was obviously pretty rainy, and so I'm sure a lot of people might not have gotten out when they usually would have. So the numbers are steadily going up. Some concerns that we
Back
have.
on the previous slide, when you have the buses, can you go back to the previous slide? Sorry.
Trying.
I'm sorry.
I just don't wanna knock anyone off that.
Okay, I was gonna ask my question, when you have a bus that's going, for example, to Highview, which I assume is the one on Henderson Street,
That is correct.
and then going up to Henderson Post Office, are most of those, the 104 meals, that means you have 52 children show up, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And are most of those at Henderson, or is it even distribution? At what
No,
point?
it would be Henderson. Henderson, it would be the Heidi.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
really? Okay.
Yeah.
And on the Kimberly Terrace, like Kraken, it's like 40.
Yeah, actually, that's pretty split. We do the, how we, count the meals. So like Heidi and Henderson Post Office has, basically one check sheet for generic terms. But we do have rosters, for each of those sites as well. So I can tell you just by the rosters where the heavy population is. So, yeah, it would be Hy-Vee, Lake Krakens had actually some pretty good, response. And then, the other one, surprisingly Westport,
Okay,
so.
thank you.
And then we did put one out, too, at Learning Connections, because we felt like that was an area that we were lacking at. Not great response from that area, but I do think that, you know, it has potential, you know. So some concerns. First and foremost, staff safety. So we do have a food service individual, Karen Webster, who is our manager at GHS. She has been trained, Courtney has trained her to do the safety protocols for all of our employees that enter. So they're just like you would at the front office, Karen does that to all the food service employees. We also have generated extra standard operating procedure lists. So for the staff that they've read through, just extra safety protocol in this time that we're facing. As far as food supply, that was one thing that was a major concern of mine due to the amount of K through 12 food service organizations that are ordering the type of food that we're serving right now. As of right now, we haven't seen a problem with that. We did see a problem with that back in late March when this all happened. But I think they've, by now, it's circled around and they see a need for, you know, some prepackaged options. So as of right now, we haven't had much of a problem. I am ordering food quite a far bit in advance than what I usually would, to try to stay ahead of the ballgame a little bit. Healthy food options, that was another concern of mine. But like I said, we've transferred some money over to a fresh fruit and vegetable program, so I'm trying to, moving forward, stay with that, stay with, you know, as much fresh fruits and vegetables as we can. We're still hitting the meal requirements and the component requirements. There are waivers out now by the state, that if you can't hit your meal component requirements due to distribution problems, you do have a waiver you can send in. I don't plan on having to use that if we can stay ahead of the game. Allergy concerns. So, what we've done, in a typical school setting, what happens is the students come through a POS system and everyone is scanned. You know, they all have cards and everything is scanned. Well, if a student has a documented allergy, there's a warning message that pops up on the cashier screen. So there's an extra warning, you know, the student can't have dairy. We don't have that right now. So what we've done is we've developed another roster basically that has every student in the district listed that has any type of allergy. So, is it a perfect system? No. Okay, because we don't have that warning message. We don't have that POS. But we're doing what we can as far as that. And we are, if we do see a need for a child that has an allergy at a certain site, we are doing our best to provide that child with an alternative. Are the alternatives going to be as elaborate as what they are on an everyday basis in a regular school setting? No, they're not, because, you we can't do gluten-free chicken strips, we can't do gluten-free corn dogs, gluten-free pastas. We can't do that right now. But we are sending alternatives to every site. So, as parents come, as students come, and they give us communication that they have an allergy concern or situation with their family, then we'll by all means provide them with something. As far as the integrity of the program, so the summer food school program has been extended, so that waiver was extended through December 31st. So that's what we're operating under right now. Until December 31st or until the USDA's pot runs dry. Okay, so it's a big, it's very important for us as, to uphold the integrity of that program. And what I mean is, we have to have some sort of check and balance on who's getting meals where. Short of telling a family that, okay, well, you have a child that goes to Silas, so you have to go to Silas to pick up your meals, or you have to go to GHS to pick up your meals. We didn't want to do that because you have families that have kids at 3 different locations, so we want them to be able to go anywhere. Or you have a GHS student, but you live by a junior high or an elementary, you should be able to go there. So we're giving them that option. So what we did is we sent out, there was a survey that went out with registration, and there was also a survey that went out to parents shortly before we started school. And by those surveys, we created basically 2 rosters that we had at every site. Now, I honestly do feel that if someone is taking advantage of the program, the on-site person would have a gut feeling about that. I really do feel that way. But we do have a check and balance. So basically, if someone comes through a site and the individual asks for a name of the parent or the student, and that parent or student is not on that roster, then that individual at that site is told to basically write that on the roster, and then on a weekly basis from my office, I recreate that roster. Now, if I see that, John Smith has been picking up meals at 10 different locations 5 days a week, then we're gonna have a conversation with John Smith just to get things right, see where exactly that person wants to go to pick up their meals. But so that's how we're doing our part to pull together the integrity of the program, because by all means we need to do that. The student balances and meal determination, that was a concern of ours to begin with. However, now with the new meal waiver, we don't have to worry about that. That is, like I said, is through December 31st. And then distribution site time frame. So what we're getting ready to send out, actually, we talked about it this morning. We see a little bit of a concern with the amount of time that students have to pick up their meals and consume their meals and then be back in an educational setting. So we're going to offer up another time at GHS for parents or students to pick up their meals before their school day starts. We saw a need for that, and so we're going to move forward with that. It is going to be from GHS only for right now. It's just one of the processes that when we receive information and we need to adjust to better accommodate, well, we need to do the best we can. Yes.
Yeah, that might kind of piggyback on one of the concerns that I received from some parents.
Sure.
Which was, when they have multiple children, say you have one at Steele, one at Lombard, and one at Churchill, one at the high school,
Mhm.
and they all have different lunch times, being able to leave the house, and actually, pick up the lunches.
Right.
So,
Right. And, I do think that 11:30 to 1 is an ample time in as far as a distribution time, it's just, when their last class ends and the next class begins, it's hard when you're not in a lunchroom, you know, you actually have to travel to a site to get the meal and get back. So, we're gonna open up GHS for an hour early in the morning to allow that to happen, but, that's gonna have to be something where we'll send out that information, to the families, and they'll need to sign up for that, you know, so.
Will that be like before 10 o'clock or?
7:30 to 8:30.
7:30, 8:30, okay.
Yeah, so then they can get there and you can get to, you know, get to work if they have to, you know, a lot of it's, you know, if there's students that are home alone,
Right.
you know, so their parents can come up before work, drop it off, you got something to eat, and go on with your day.
Okay.
So if I heard you correctly though, Matt, if a family has students in multiple buildings, they can still pick up from one building.
Absolutely.
They don't have to go
For
to
all
each
three.
building.
Also with that information about the 7:30 to 8:30 pickup, we're gonna include information to the families on the waiver that we have now until the 31st of December for free meals, because especially in our, you know, with students at GHS who they might not know that at all. Obviously, K-8's been CEP since 2018, so they're aware of that, but for our GHS families, we'll get that information out. Thank you. Is there any more questions?
Yes, how many buses do we have on route?
So we have 9 buses. We have 6 first student buses, 3 activity buses that are district provided.
What is an activity bus?
They're the short white buses,
Oh, okay.
but they have Wi-Fi on them as well. And then our GHS location does not have a bus, we just operate off of the, front of the building, on the west side there, the front of the building.
Any other questions?
This one.
Yeah, Mike.
In addition to adding that 7:30 pickup at GHS, what other improvements do you think are necessary? Because when I first heard 1,290 meals, I got a little excited, and I realized that only meant 745. Or 645, excuse me. So, and then
Well,
we
we're
have.
doing, yeah, right, so we're doing it one time, you know, so I mean, would those same families come twice during the day? Very possible, I'm not sure, but we're trying to make it easy, so they just come once.
But what are you looking for to improve, try and get our numbers up?
Well, I really think that it's families getting into a new rotation of doing things as well. I mean, it's the first week, so a lot of people are still transitioning, trying to, you know, figure out their daily process. Obviously, we've all had a little bit of a taste of that, you know, since March, but, maybe not as structured as the environment that we have now as far as our e-learning platform and whatnot. So, I think everyone's still getting in a routine and trying to figure that out. I'm hoping by that 7:30, 8:30, that'll open things up. I'm hoping that, and explaining to the community that at least until the 31st of December, that we have, you know, free meals. And I think just, you know, trying to promote still a good product and, you know, having people realize that, you know, we're doing the best we can to provide a nutritious meal, you know, that it's not just,
So how are we marketing that message? Are we using our Skylert, or, I don't know?
Well,
How are we getting a message out?
yeah, so like I said, we'll send out a message, tomorrow about the free meals. We've also, you know, the sites are posted on the district, website. I think that the reason maybe currently that we haven't done a lot of that type of stuff is because I honestly feel that families are probably a little bit overloaded right now with other type of information as well, so we have to be very careful on how and when we promote that type of stuff, and and our message as well. You know, I mean, I could send out social media stuff 5 times a day, you know, but I don't wanna do that. You know, I think that families are a little bit overloaded right now with information, so we can do a little bit more. I understand where you're coming from.
Well, I think we need to consider a multitude of things here. So, part of this could be that the word isn't out. Part of this could be some families just don't feel like they need to take advantage of the meals. So, I mean, I would be curious as to the breakdown of our rosters, right? Are we making sure that the families, that are in high need are, right, are we making sure that we're in enough areas and that time frame is long enough so that we're meeting the needs of our high need families? And then beyond that, right, like, yes, the meals are available to everyone, and that's a great thing, and we do need to market that, and I want that marketed, but I think for me, my highest concern are those students that may be at home during the day and parents are working, or they were our students before we had most of our schools except for GHS, but we're moving that way with GHS, on the CEP plan, who would have been eligible for other programs prior to that program, right? So I think that for me, if there's a way that we're making sure that we're tracking that, I feel like we're probably in a good place. I saw some families actually tweeting out and putting on Facebook pictures of the lunches, and there were quite a few people responding to those pictures like, oh wow, that's a pretty hefty lunch. And so, you know, perhaps, I don't know if we've done that ourselves with District 205, put our lunch on Twitter and said, here's what you get for lunch or whatever, but, you know, to member line is going up. So, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, man. Yeah, the last item.
Okay. So due to, let me turn my mic on. So due to time, I am going to move item L from focus area 3, the discussion on e-learning and status of in-person learning after October 12th, to now.
Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. I'm Courtney Knuth, and I'm the Health Services Coordinator. And I first want to start out by saying that I completely recognize, given the pandemic we're in, that there are people who fall on completely opposite ends of the spectrum and then some in between. And I respect that and understand that. So I'm going to try to deliver the information through a lens that is based off of requirements and guidance from IDPH and ISB, our current procedures for safety protocol for students and staff, and then also considerations and concerns for the progression of in-person learning. So I'm going to start out, not many of you can see the, can you guys see it on your screen there? So with the current data, just an overview for Knox County. As of today, a total of 525 persons in Knox County have been diagnosed with COVID-19 so far. The number currently isolated, which are positive cases, are 42. The number currently in quarantine for being a close contact to a positive or probable case is 150 persons. On average, you'll see that the number of close contacts that are currently quarantined are about like quite significantly higher than those that are currently isolated for being positive. So it's averaging about 8 persons who are identified as a close contact to 1 positive case here in Knox County. I will make note that the health department and I have been in really close communication, and they are having the issue where not everybody who is a positive case is reporting all of their close contacts. So these are those that are known to the health department. The number of positive cases so far in September is 67. The number of calls placed in September so far related to positive cases are greater than 500. So there's a team at the health department right now. They've been successful. It's been a struggle, but they have been successful in attaining a small but mighty team of 9 full-time employees and then 2 part-time employees, including the directors of contact tracing, to make these calls and to follow up on all these cases. With that, within the district, as of today, we've had a total of 44 persons who have had been excluded related to IDPH COVID exclusion criteria. So the total number of staff are 30. There's been 25 of those 30 in the past month. And the number of students are 14, all who have been also within the past month. I know with students, we haven't started the special education in-person instruction, but there are the dual credits, Carl Sandburg courses going on, athletics, and those who may be coming in for the SAT, AIMS testing and things like that, that may be going on, that I need to be aware of, so we make sure that we're following the measures that the health department is putting in place. The number currently isolated for being positive or having symptoms of COVID are 4 staff and 1 student. The number currently in quarantine who have been identified as close contacts are 2 staff and 6 students. I have been the main contact with the health department, and at this time continue to be, in regards to assisting with contact tracing, and we're in close communication daily with that. So the next section here, please. It's okay. There's a lot of pages here, but I'm going to really highlight the requirements and really what we are doing to meet those requirements by IDPH and ISB. So the main one is all students and staff, all persons really entering the building or a bus are required to wear a face mask and complete a health screening and temperature check prior to entering a bus or district facility. So what we are doing, majority of people are wearing their own face mask. We do have, like Jen had mentioned earlier, we have, she's been really great at assisting me with getting the supplies needed. So the cloth face mask we have available for students and staff who, if it's soiled, broken, or if they do not have one, we do have those available to provide at every building. We have a process in place in which we are, they borrow those, they return them at the end of the day in a separate container. We launder them with appropriate detergent, and we get them ready to go for the next day. Let's see here.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
We check into the school to take our temperature and ask us questions.
Yes.
That's part of the protocol, right?
Yes, I'm gonna get a little bit further into
No,
that.
So when the student gets on a bus, the same would have to happen as well?
You got it, and that is a state requirement by IDPH and ISB. So with the face mask, and I'm gonna get to the screening here in just a minute. That's all right. The individuals who have a medical condition or a contraindication to wearing a face mask, it's required by the state that they provide documentation from their medical provider stating so. With that process, then I'm either in communication with their medical provider to see if there's any accommodations that we can do to meet them to wear a face mask, since there's so much data that backs it up that does really decrease the disease transmission. And if it is a student, then there is an extra IEP meeting that we hold. We have quite an array of accommodations that we've been successful in developing that we will then try to implement, and then that's going to be a continual reevaluation process to see how those preventative measures are working for face coverings. With the screening procedures, so we touched on that. So right now, students, staff, visitors are required to enter the buildings and have their temperature taken and be screened with COVID-19 related questions. So the process for all staff and students, Lisa touched on this earlier. As of right now, those who enter the building, we have them entering at a main designated entrance, which at every building is consistent with the front entrance. When they enter, there's a designated screener. We have currently 2 nurses and myself who are working, so I have trained quite a bit of additional staff who have been really helpful in conducting those screenings that are required. They come in, the questions that are asked is, we take their temperature. If they have a temperature of 100.4 degrees or higher, then they are required to be excluded, and then I'm contacted and I follow up with that individual. The other questions are the symptoms, which have frequently changed in language. They just were most recently updated on Thursday, and then we also include the questions in regards to recent travel and whether they were a close contact to a case. So we go through those questions. If they do not meet any of the exclusion criteria, all the questions were no, they do not have a temperature, then they receive a sticker in which is dated and initialed by the screener, and that's kind of their pass for in and out of the district buildings for that day. This process I kind of mimicked off of the Mayo Clinic. This is kind of a process that they do with the sticker system. This is an unprecedented time, so I do appreciate the feedback that we receive because this is new to all of us. So right now, this is our procedure, and then at the end of the day, they do get the sticker back, and they list their close contacts that they have had throughout that period of the day within the district. So the close contact is within 6 feet for 15 or more minutes, and that is added up throughout the day. And really, the reason we have implemented that is because that alleviates to assist me with contact tracing, it alleviates the need for them to check in and out and time whenever they leave and enter a room. So when the health department notifies me of a positive case or somebody that I need to contact trace with them, then I'm able to pull up their log, look at who their close contacts were, and provide them that list for that day. Let's see here. There are, yeah.
When a student gets screened getting on the bus, are they screened again when they get into the school?
Nope, because they will have a sticker, and so
Okay.
even those who exchange, we have some staff, we're limiting this, but we do have staff still that do go building to building, and so when they enter the front doors, they just show that screen or their sticker.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
What's the point of giving the sticker back at the end of the day?
Really, we just dispose of it, it's just like a reminder to really tell us the close contacts.
When she said that, I was just kind of like, well, there really is no point for her to go all the way back just to get the sticker.
Yep, and in there, I do list that if they physically cannot go, because there are people who end their day at another building. And so if they physically cannot check in or check out with that person, as long as they call, email, at least notify us of who their close contacts were that day. And then if they leave after the screener is present, then they notify me, and I either send them an electronic screen log, or they just email me their contacts, and I touch base with that screener. Mhm.
So, Mrs. Wolf brought up that she has to check in at the front of high school, then she has to go and check into a pod. I tend to agree with her that why is she run through that gauntlet twice?
Well, it's not the health screening procedures, that is the building access part. So the spike cards are turned off for the teachers, and so that she has to contact somebody to let her into the pod, is my understanding of her statement.
So,
She doesn't get the screening twice. She gets the screening at the front door, but then she has to call somebody they have to let her into her pod. I understand.
it's like we're running arms.
It should be open.
It should be open.
You know, and
We gotta trust our people.
And I agree that there's a lot, I mean, this is not convenient for anybody right now. But given the state requirements of what we currently have, you know, this isn't gonna be a system that we're gonna just run and go with forever. You know, there are gonna be adjustments made, so I do appreciate the feedback.
Well, and it needs to be added too, that, speaking to the Knox County Health Department, we will have to be a lot of the contact tracing for people going forward. They have 9 people. And so if we are going back to school in any fashion with students, we are going to have to do most of the contact tracing ourselves. So if we just open the building and say anybody can come in, we then have greatly limited our ability to contact trace.
So right now, we're only have teachers in that building.
I understand, but it's always easier to get easier. And so if we start out by just saying, do whatever you want, it's a lot harder to get more strict later. So we started with the strictest measures we felt we needed to. We can always try to look and re-examine later to see if maybe we can go back another way. But as we talked about at the last meeting, or I guess it was 2 meetings ago, as ugly as it is to talk about these things, there is no liability coverage for this. So if we're speaking just passionately in terms of protection for the school district, the more procedures we have in place to show that we've done everything humanly possible to limit the spread, to limit the interaction, the better off we're gonna be in the long run. People can tear that apart and disagree with it all they want, I'm just telling you that's the place it came from.
So to reiterate, our insurance coverage, we don't have liability coverage.
We do not have liability coverage for a pandemic, nobody does. Nobody does.
There's
no policy out there that covers pandemics.
Yeah, they are looking at it, that, to be fair, there is definite conversation in Congress about altering that, and that would be great. But currently we don't. Well, they quite like it. They give more business.
And Dr. Asplund, can you, explain just for the public, about tort immunity and that we have tort immunity protection, but we have to show due diligence for tort immunity
Sure.
to apply?
So on your property tax bill, you have a tort, tort means injury, tort liability. So, if, let's say somebody got injured, at the school district and it was because of our negligence, however that you want to define negligence, a judge is gonna determine whether you're negligent or not. So, if, the district is found to be negligent, we have, certain tort liability in insurance, but there are certain exclusions, and pandemics is an exclusion for everybody. So if we were found to be negligent in our due diligence to protect the injured, whoever that may be, and they got an award of whatever, the district is obliged to levy in taxes that amount of money to pay that person the injury settlement. So if it were in the magnitude of the millions, we would have to up our property tax levy that year to pay that amount because we don't have insurance coverage for that.
Currently, there are 2 cases where employers are being sued in the state of Illinois. Both are $25 million plus cases where both individuals, families are claiming they contracted COVID at the work site. So right now, there's a lot of interest as to what the outcome of that's going to be, but that would be financially devastating to our taxpayers if something similar were to happen to the district and we had a $25 million settlement. That would come out of the tort immunity levy on the property taxes.
Courtney, I have an additional question.
Yeah.
On that 15 minutes, it's cumulative during the day, it's not?
It is.
Oh.
So,
Sorry, we didn't mean to break your
So
presentation.
is that
that's all right.
within 6 feet? For example, the bus driver would be in, because no one's gonna sit 6 feet away from a bus, that close to a bus driver.
You got it. It's within 6 feet for 15 or more continuous. Oops, I'm sorry, cumulative minutes, gotcha, yes. So, with the screening, that's kind of really the gist of it with the screening procedures right now. Moving on to the isolation criteria. So if somebody were to answer, yes to one of those screening questions, meet any of the screening criteria of COVID-related symptoms. So those currently are a fever of 100.4 or higher, a new cough, shortness of breath or difficulty breathing, fatigue from an unknown cause, muscle or body aches, new onset of moderate to severe headache, new loss of taste or smell, sore throat, new congestion or runny nose, nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea, abdominal pain from an unknown cause. So there's quite an umbrella of COVID symptoms. They've thrown in a couple words of unknown causes and new to a couple of those areas, but they still can fall under a category of other related illnesses. So here we are entering influenza season, and people can very well meet this criteria even with seasonal allergies. So there have been people excluded that have met the criteria, and so with that, we go through quite a process. So I contact everybody who does meet that exclusion criteria, whether they call in, or whether they're sent home, or whether at the door they're stopped and turned away for meeting that criteria. So with that, I'm not gonna read all of this, but if it's a probable or a confirmed case, then they're to be excluded for a minimum of 10 days. Positive test without symptoms, they're also excluded for the 10 days. Untested with symptoms without an alternative diagnosis, they have to be isolated for 10 days. So that's somebody who has symptoms, refuses to get tests, refuses to provide a doctor's note stating an alternate diagnosis, then they will be required to be out of school by the state for 10 days. Those who are untested with symptoms with an alternate diagnosis, as long as their symptoms have improved for 24 hours and I received proof of that doctor's note, they're able to return back to the building. A negative test with symptoms, those individuals are able to return back to the building as long as they're free of the symptoms for 24 hours. Oh, I'm sorry. I will make note with that negative test that the turnaround time currently with the health department, this kind of depends on what the community transmission is like in the community. So right now the turnaround time is 48 to 72 hours. for somebody to receive a call for them to even, get their test result. I know the health department has made mention, they're working towards getting a quick turnaround time for that test, but that's still in progress and I think a little ways down the road still yet, so. A symptomatic close contact to a positive or probable case. Those are, any identified close contact, a minimum of 14-day quarantine. If they develop symptoms during that 14-day, then their quarantine starts right when they develop symptoms, and it's 10 days from that date they develop symptoms. Household contacts, these are for household contacts who do not have separate living quarters for that positive case or symptomatic case in the district. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm flying through this part.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So if I test positive on 10 days, but if I come in contact with someone, they're 14.
Right, and that's because of the incubation period of the virus. So the incubation period is 2 to 14 days for the SARS-CoV virus. There's a lot of moving pieces with this, so I have it laid out pretty detailed, even for me to reference until I kind of get used to it, and then it changes. So this is a lot of information that I'm just kind of highlighting right now. But those who have household contacts of a positive case or probable case or symptomatic person that do not have separate living quarters, they are as well out from 14 days from the date that positive case is released from isolation. So that could be up to 24 days that a person is out if they do not have separate living quarters. Recent travel, this is something that's strongly recommended by IDPH. Currently, our health department does not require it. And so if it's kind of like if we followed it strictly from IDPH, if you travel to Davenport, because right now Iowa is considered a hotspot within IDPH, then you'd be quarantined for 14 days. So what Dr. Ardas and I did is we kind of implemented a 2-step process. So if you travel to a designated area that's considered a hotspot or a warning level, then and met one of this following criteria of attending large social gatherings of greater than 50 people, have been in crowds such as airports, train stations, or have traveled on a cruise ship or boat, then they would be excluded for 14 days. So we kind of clumped that together a little bit. So we aren't ignoring their advice, we're following it, but in a reasonable, sustainable manner.
We're letting Lee come tonight.
You got it. I do want to note that, again, prior to anybody who has met exclusion criteria, they have to be in communication with me prior to entering back into a district building or participating in school activities. And I communicate closely with the health department to make sure we're in line with that. I mentioned that the turnaround time for a test result is about 48 to 72 hours. Currently, the health department, they, for COVID reasons, they will hand you a packet of papers that you have to mail back. One of those is a release of medical information. So in order for them to send me the test results, my name has to be on that form mailed back. By the time they even receive that form back in the mail, there's been quite a period of time that a student or a staff member who tested negative could have returned and haven't. So what I've been doing is contacting the health department, getting a verbal over the phone while I pen that paperwork so we can get people back in the building. As far as cleaning, disinfecting, and hand sanitizing, IDPH, they have, a lot of guidance on increasing those measures, but we are increasing those. Teacher classrooms are provided with a basket that includes the standing cloth wipes, gloves to use, because you're supposed to use gloves with standing cloth, and then hand sanitizer for each classroom. We've also provided those with each office spaces and for copy machines. Additional cleaning measures for COVID-19 positive cases on campus. So this is something that currently we don't have many people coming into the building. So when we do, we will need additional, I spoke with Jason Spring about this, at least 10 additional custodians to assist with these cleaning measures related to COVID. So as soon as somebody becomes aware that there is a positive case or a symptomatic person in the building, that area is closed immediately. And we try to wait at least 24 hours if we're able to before disinfecting that area.
What's the definition of an area, like a classroom?
Wherever that person has been. So if they've utilized a restroom or their classroom, right now the front offices are closed off to really anyone other than those who are working in that office. So they're pretty limited areas in which that person could be.
But did everybody walk through the office to get to their classroom?
If they didn't touch any, like we would probably then touch the handles, anything that they may have come in contact with, or been in an area for a sustained period of time, we're gonna be closing that off and cleaning that thoroughly.
So that, if we're in session, as potentially 4 different classrooms, restroom,
Gym.
door handles, possibly the gym, so this is what we're
Cafeteria.
talking about, right?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify for.
And that is the section that is required by IDPH and ISD.
So right now, I saw a picture in the newspaper of people practicing volleyball. If any one of those players became positive, we have to shut the gym down.
We would shut the gym, yes. Simple answer, yes.
Shut the gym down to clean.
Yes, and then there'd be a whole level of contact tracing.
24 hours before we start cleaning, correct?
Yes, yeah. We shut it down for at least 24 hours if we're able and then start cleaning. As far as the classroom configuration, a lot of this reflects the social distancing that we need to adhere to as much as possible. The sharing of non-essential items will be removed, and each room promoting no-touch entry between classes, just like how we have the boardroom door propped open tonight, to eliminate those touching door handles and things like that. As far as common areas, we do have I mentioned that the front offices are closed off to office staff, so right now they're making the photocopying, they're delivering the mail, taking care of that within the front office to prevent many people coming in and out. The same goes with the teacher workroom and lounges, as Lisa mentioned earlier. Currently, they are not available for use. Elevators are only to be required for those who have physical impairment or need to move large or heavy equipment. No more than 2 people will ride that at a time. Right now, we have in each building, not all restrooms are accessible for use, so upon entry to the building, they're provided information as to which restrooms are available for the staff to use at this time. A lot of that is for the custodians, so they're able to, not have to clean all of them, since we have one per building at this time. As far as transportation goes, I had mentioned the health screening and face masks for entering a bus as well. We have pairs that are designated to ride on the special education buses starting on Monday, and they'll be completing those. I forgot to mention, maybe I did, but the health screening logs are currently on paper right now that we do utilize. So with all of the trainings that I do for the health screening procedures comes the confidentiality training too that they all receive and write off on. But with the transportation, no more than 50 individuals on a bus at one time. And if we're able to stagger and space them apart, at least 1 seat apart, that's ideal. First student is responsible for cleaning and disinfecting all seats and high-touch areas on the buses after they're unloaded.
Does it really mean 50? Is that what you're saying?
50, yes. I think a max of a bus is 72.
Yeah.
So right now with the special education students coming, there's gonna be no more than 10 students on a bus. But when it does come to, if we progress to more in-person learning and more students needing transportation, we will be probably reaching close to that 50.
And we're in phase 4 currently, correct?
Correct.
There is no more phases.
No more phases?
Got challenged in court, it gotta be overturned.
What is?
The phases, there is no more phases.
I touched a little bit on the training, sorry. I touched a little bit on the training, but currently all staff have received the student and staff safety protocol, in which I'm highlighting right now. They've all signed off on receipt of that prior to entering the building. In addition, they take an online COVID-19 training. It's really a PowerPoint of the safety measures and COVID-related symptoms and kind of the processes, hand sanitizing information, and things like that that are required by the state. And then as far as student athletes and those special education students who are attending in person, they further have signed off on receipt of the health protocol and understanding, what it looks like when they come into participation. So that is currently what our procedures are doing. That will roll over because a lot of those are requirements by the state. So a lot of that is going to roll over if we progress into further in-person learning. With that, I had mentioned that we currently have 2 nurses working, including myself, 2 nurses and myself, working in the district. We have 2 on leave and 2 open positions. In addition to the 2 open positions, we have 10 vacant positions for temporary LPN positions that we work with local.
Works with Workforce Illinois.
Workforce Illinois. Just for this school year, it's only COVID-19 related job responsibilities that those 10 nurses would be able to do. We posted that about 3 to 4 weeks ago, and we haven't received any applications for. So we're kind of in the same position as the health department, and during a pandemic, we need the most nurses, and we're struggling to get those right now. So with a lot of these requirements comes a lot of my concerns with the functionality and sustainability of things. Even just without the COVID side, just meeting the basic medical needs that we do within the district for diabetic seizures and things like that. With the in-person learning, so they require the use of personal protective equipment, prohibit more than 50 individuals from gathering in one space. So with that, lunches will need to either be in the classroom, staggered, additional lunch times provided, that will need to be reworked to meet that requirement by the state. Staggered release schedules for arrivals and dismissals, hall passing periods, and meal times will also need to be visited to prevent all those people in one space. Require social distancing be observed as much as possible. So we'll have to revise activities that combine classes or grade levels or that require travel to other buildings. Implement one-way hallways or staggered scheduled bathroom breaks, release times, all of that would need to be implemented. Designate doors for drop-off and pickup. Suspend the use of lockers or stagger locker access. Of course, this is again, new to all of us, and so there very well may be things in here that I'm missing, but these are just to highlight some of the things of what it would look like for in-person learning. It also requires that schools conduct symptom screenings and temperature checks, or require that individuals self-certify that they are free of symptoms before entering the building. So currently, the health screening and temperature check takes about 30 seconds to a minute per person. So let's talk about the high school getting 1,000 students in there. That's gonna take multiple hours to even get those students in there. So one thing that we've discussed is having, parents and guardians signing a blanket waiver stating, here's the exclusion criteria. If I'm sending my student to the building, then I certify that they do not meet any of this exclusion criteria. And so that's something we have discussed because currently what we are doing, and we would not have the staff nor the time to really implement these procedures for in-person learning.
But we would still have to do temperature checks before students got on the bus, so we couldn't waive that requirement, correct?
Correct. With the busing, they still are mandated to meet the required health screenings and temperature checks. So with that, additional staff would be needed to conduct the health screenings at each building and on each bus. I kind of touched on this a little bit, but in addition to that, there also has to be designated quarantine areas for the exclusion criteria. So if we have a blanket waiver, even with communicable illnesses such as influenza or things like that, there are some people who do still send their children who are sick to school with a temperature, just give them motion or something prior to. Symptoms develop throughout the day, we need a quarantine area for those students. And we need staff to supervise that quarantine area. Currently, we do not have the nurses to tend to those students at this time. Let's see here. We would, and then the last one would require an increase in school-wide cleaning and disinfection. I already mentioned the 10 custodians that would be needed. So I did speak with the director of contact tracing at the health department regarding contact tracing that Dr. Aslan touched on. And at this time, they do not have the means to assist us with contact tracing at a district of our size. So they have concerns with that, as well as I. Right now, I'm able to sustain this, but we would definitely need more support in that area. One other note, and this is kind of a side note here that I mentioned, that I should have mentioned earlier, but with the healthcare provider notes that we require for an alternate diagnosis if they do not get tested and they have symptoms, one of the things we need to consider from a healthcare standpoint is the doctor's offices and their level that they are able to maintain throughout flu season and their regular, high office visit area this winter. So that's just another note. That's all I have right now. There was a lot of information inside.
Questions? I have one question.
Mm-hmm.
Has a price tag been attached to all that the school district has been doing in order to protect our students, and exactly how many actual personnel are directed toward protection of our students from this, and staff from this epidemic? But is there any idea how much money we have spent to make this
I'll take that.
possible?
So, I believe at last count, and I would need to double check this, because we're literally ordering PPE and supplies on a daily basis. But just on supplies alone, we're well over $100,000 since March. That doesn't include our staff that is pretty much devoted to cleaning and sanitizing. So our custodians, who are left in the district, that is their primary responsibility, just to ensure sanitation. And that's with just the limited number of staff members that are coming in each day. So we have a system where if a staff member checks in, they do their health check, they get actually an orange Post-it. It's a pretty simple system. You're gonna go in your room, you put that on the outside of the door, and then the custodian knows that is a room that he or she needs to clean and sanitize. But as Courtney said, if we were to return to any form of in-person learning, Mr. Spring and I just did some preliminary numbers, and we're looking at not only calling back the custodians that we've recently laid off, but also adding 10 additional custodians just to meet the daily cleaning needs that are required under IDPH guidelines. I have serious concerns that we would be able to find 10 individuals at this point in time to hire as custodians. So I'm not even sure how we would staff that at this point. You know, there are several staffing concerns, and I'll let Dr. Aspenheim, I'm sure, have several things, but that is a huge, huge, huge concern.
And right now, we are understaffed.
We are not understaffed. I would say we are right-staffed for the number, correct-staffed, I don't think that's the correct term, correctly staffed, for the limited number of individuals that are coming in and out of our buildings. So as Mrs. Wolf mentioned, you know, she is in a pod where there are 10 classrooms, and there's only 2 other individuals in her particular modular unit that are coming in on any given day. So the numbers are varying between buildings, but the custodians are just focusing on those areas, and we've been able to manage it. I know it's an inconvenience to not have teachers' lounges open and not have every bathroom open, but we've got to manage the contact and manage the amount of spaces. Just this building alone has 40,000 square feet. So even if we had 2 full-time custodians to clean and sanitize at the level that we need to, would not be sufficient for 2 people to do that. So we wanna make sure that we're utilizing their efforts and really focusing on the areas that people are touching. And, you know, if we all have to condense down to 1 or 2 bathrooms, that's what we need to do. Unfortunately, this is not the most convenient thing in the world to be living through a pandemic, but we're trying to focus our resources as much as possible.
So tonight, this building, what will happen to this building?
So tonight, nothing will happen, but at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, Mr. Malmrose will come in here. He will sanitize and clean this room, and he will look for orange stickers in the Bright Futures area. He will clean the rooms that had teachers in those rooms, in those areas, and then he will clean the offices where there were individuals today. So we're really probably the building that has the most individuals on any given day within our building right now, because we house special ed staff, we house outreach workers, we also house instructional coaches, central office staff. And then that is what the custodians are doing throughout the district each day.
I'm not sure if this is directed toward Courtney or Dawn, but have we started in person with the special ed students yet?
That starts Monday.
Monday.
So we don't wanna just throw up all sorts of doom and gloom, but I'm gonna go counter to that for a second. So another concern that we have, regarding coming back into, full person instruction is, as we mentioned at, I believe, the last board meeting, might have been 2 board meetings ago. At this moment in time, we have 8 people who said they're willing to sub, in the district. And if we just talk about teachers on any given day on a typical year, we're gonna have somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 subs that are needed. And so if we had teachers that were out, we would have a very, very difficult time subbing for that teacher this year. And then if we had paraprofessionals out and those, I mean, that would just add to it. And so that's another concern that we don't really have a solution for. A lot of these other ones, we have solutions, as was evidenced by, you know, our Mrs. Wolf tonight. They're not popular, you know, and I don't expect them to be popular. I mean, they're difficult. You know, I don't blame her for saying she doesn't like it, because you know, none of us do. You know, we've taken out a lot of the things that otherwise would encourage congregation of staff, because we're supposed to do the opposite. You know, we as educators are bred and trained to be around other people, and we're doing the opposite of that right now, and it's hard, because it's completely counter to what we want to do. So, you know, we have a lot of barriers if we want to move forward with bringing kids back. We know that it's better if they're here, if we can do it safely. But I think another thing we have to make sure we keep in the front of our mind is that we also want to make sure we can provide a consistent learning environment for them as well. So one of my fears is if we go back into, you know, in-person learning, if we are forced to go back the other way, you know, are parents going to have childcare still, or is that, you know, if we move back the other way, I mean, we can work with the messaging, so it's not like it's an insurmountable problem. But we need to make sure that people understand that this might be temporary. We hope it isn't, but it might be, because we may be forced on a daily, weekly, monthly basis to change course based on whatever's going on with the data in front of us. As we mentioned 2 months ago, the Illinois Department of Public Health, I keep that website up on my browser all the time. And you know, currently, looking at our Region 2 details, the trend line is going down slightly, so that's a good thing. But we have 2 days of positivity increases. Our current positivity rate in our region is 6.5%, although I do know in our county it's lower. And then 3 days of hospital admission increases over the last 3 days, but the trend line is going down as well in that. So the data is better, but it's kind of a difficult problem to solve, because if we did a really good job of keeping everybody home, our data would go down, so people would then go, why aren't you in school? So then if we went back to school, our numbers would go back up, which would force us back home, which would make our data go down. I mean, it's a difficult problem to solve, and I guess I'll say this probably 50 times. We're going to do whatever we're directed to do. I don't think we have a really great solution. We just want to make sure everybody's aware of the barriers to coming back to school, if that's what we do, because that would be great, and I hope that's what we end up getting able to do at some point. But it's not going to look like what we're used to. And we can work through, you know, the 3 K-4 buildings, how we're gonna do lunch. I mean, we can work through that. They can do it in their room, and we'll have to figure out how to support staff so that they don't have to observe it and have to supervise it. I mean, we can figure that out. I don't know how we figure out lunch at the high school. I mean, we have 1,300 students there, and we have 3 lunch periods. You know, that's gonna be a challenge. And no lunchroom, although, you know, we'll have the same or more space that we put out in the hall for this year. So we've got that part figured out. It's just how we get everybody to eat. You know, passing periods, those are gonna be a challenge. I am attending a conference, virtual conference tomorrow with other LUDA districts, and it's being led by LUDA districts that are in person. So we have a whole host of questions that we're ready to ask and see how they're doing these things, because we actually do wanna solve the problems. We just have to acknowledge that they are there. So, you know, there is not going to be a perfect answer moving forward. We just all need to know what the issues are. So, when we come to October, because we said October is when we're going to make the decision of how we move forward, before we get into any other questions, I want to make sure I ask these questions. We said 2 months months ago, we wanted to look at the data from the IDPH, we have it, okay? Is there something else out there that the board would say, this is something I absolutely need to know, before I make a decision? And before you give me an answer, we are surveying the families and the staff again here in another week or so, to ask them about their inclination. We wanna know if we need to know how many people have no intention of sending their kids back, because we need to know that number. You know, we're gonna have to know that. And then we're gonna also need to know, other qualitative data, like, are there circumstances under which you would or would not send your kid back? So we kind of understand the tenor of that from families. And so we have those questions that we're ready to go, to ask the families here, probably not this Friday, but a week from Friday. So that we can get that data, and when we come to the October board meeting, we'll be able to show you the survey results, so that we have a good idea of where people's inclinations are in terms of if they intend to send their kids, under what circumstances they intend to send their kids, that kind of thing. Is there other information that you all would want to know, like numbers wise, something out there that would help you make your decision, so that we can make sure we're preparing what we need, so that when we get to the October, is that right, October 12th? When we get to the October 12th board meeting, we go, okay, you said you wanted these things, here they are, now let's talk about it.
Well, for me, one of the decisions that, you know, that drives my decision, or one of the factors that drive my decision making, is the lack of insurance protection. And doing a little bit of research, I know the federal government there's a Safe to Work Act that's currently being discussed, and there hasn't been any action taken on that. But within Illinois, there is a local government and government employees tort immunity act, which I believe might provide protection to school districts, as long as we take reasonable due care.
That's right. Yes, and that's accurate, yes.
So we wouldn't be entirely without protections.
Right.
There's legal.
There are protections there, and as I believe I said 2 months ago, the odds are very low that we would ever be found to be negligent, so I wanna make sure. But it's still a subjective measure.
Right.
So there isn't like, here are the marks. So the more we do to stay stringent, the more confident I can sit and tell you, yeah, we're in good shape. So, and it does then, as I said before, it does then make people go, but I don't like that. Yeah, we got it. I mean, we know that it's not popular. I wouldn't expect it to be popular. So we are in a very good place right now. If someone were to sue us for being negligent, I would tell you we're just under 100% confident we're not gonna lose. So, I mean, we are in a good place in that. If the law doesn't change right now, the only protections we have from an insurance standpoint, is that tort protection in terms of the language in the law. Our insurance policy gives us no protection. Does that make sense?
Have we talked with Mr. Feeney concerning,
Absolutely.
you know, how this impacts us?
Yeah, and he's here right now if he wants to speak up.
Dr. Asplund, can you, go ahead.
Go ahead, Luke.
Can the board hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, essentially the discussion is generally as Dr. Asplund has laid it out. There's a difference between protection under the Tort Immunity Act and what your carrier may or may not cover. So there's two issues. There's potentially a coverage fight with the carrier, and then there is the issue of whether the Tort Immunity Act would or would not apply, and the cost of defense if the carrier did not defend the district.
Okay. I know you had a question.
A key in order for me to vote, in order to have in-person classes, would be a survey of those school districts that chose in-person instruction. And I would love to know by the next board meeting, how have those school districts done?
Thank you, and I've developed a 9-question survey to give to those folks, so, after our meeting tomorrow, and I think it's, I mean, we can talk to United and Broga and Knoxville, I mean, it helps a little bit, but, you know, it's time better spent for us to speak to Sterling and Quincy and Moline and Rock Island, because it's more like us. And so, we're gonna be spending more of our time surveying those folks, but we do have a 9-question survey for them.
I also would like to know neighboring states. We're the only state that seems to be holding out on this, so I'd like to know what Indiana, Missouri, Wisconsin, all our neighboring folks are doing also.
In what form, like the whole state, like how they're,
Why and how they're getting, having sports, they're having in-person, they're doing everything that Illinois is not. So I wanna know how they're doing it and how it's working.
I hope we don't pick Georgia, or Florida, or North Carolina.
you just wanna do neighboring states?
I think for me, keeping what we heard about the budget earlier and knowing budget cycles the way that I do, sitting at this table the last 5.5 years, I would like to know dollars and cents. If we have to scale everything that we're doing up right now in order to make sure that we meet what we feel is our due diligence according to tort immunity, what is that gonna cost dollars and cents? Right? What does the 10 additional custodians look like? What does that mean for our nurses' time? Right, because that's not the only thing that our nurses are gonna have to be doing, but that sounds like a substantial amount of time, right? So what does that look like if we have to scale what we're doing up now to have people back in our buildings full-time? Because my concern is we're gonna blow our budget.
So,
And we have nothing coming in the door for the next 3 to 5 years.
so what I've written
I don't
down
mean to
is,
doom and gloom, but
dollar cost of full implementation for IDPH and human cost, time and effort,
Yes,
is that fair?
yes.
because I understand people that you want your folks, you want your students back in these buildings. But one of my duties is to our staff. And I have to also keep their safety, their mental health in mind as well. And I can't have, 3 nurses, if we can't find more nurses, can't have 3 nurses testing 3,000 people every day. I mean, we have to understand some of those realities, so I would like to know what those realities are. Thank you.
Okay, so just to make sure I've got insurance protections, feedback from LUDA districts, neighboring states, what are they doing? And then dollar cost of full implementation for IDPH and human cost of time and effort.
Well, you're gonna have results also on what percent of our students.
Yeah, and I'll bring I'll bring back the survey data, that'll be, I'll put it down, yes.
That's a no-brainer.
Survey data from our survey. Yes. Yeah.
We're not just using nurses to be screened, though.
Well, no, Paris.
No, we are not right now, that was the plan,
Right.
and then, we've been using mostly Paris, some secretary.
Right, so then that brings up a good point. No, we're not using just nurses, we're using people who took a job that had nothing to do with medical need, doing medical work. Right, so we're asking our secretaries, we're asking Paris to do work that is not in their job description. So, I think that's the other reality that we have to, and I know that many of us do jobs on a daily basis that fall under other duties as described, but I think our staff have a limit, and I wanna be mindful of that.
I'm also curious if do we actually have what we need to get back to school?
In terms of,
The physical stuff, do we have enough masks and,
Well,
do we have plastic shields or?
we-
I don't know what all we need.
Right.
I will tell you right now, the answer is yes, we have enough for now.
Okay.
We don't have enough, paper mats to go, and we continue to order them, and we've been going through IEMA, and we've been going through every avenue we can get to continue to get them. And the more that people have their own, the better. And Courtney has done a wonderful job of organizing all this with the cloth masks and washing them, and so we have a pretty good system in place. And I know for the short term, we absolutely can do that part of it. The long term is where I would get concerned in terms of when we run out of masks. I mean, the paper masks, you're not supposed to use them very much, and you know, we're supposed to be using probably 2 of these a day, and you know, you're supposed to be washing them a lot. So we'll get you a number of how long what we have will last, and then what our avenues are to get more.
The bigger concern is the hand sanitizers and the cleaners. So not only are those in very short supply still continually, and are back ordered in many circumstances, but the cost has went up exponentially. So for instance, a 6-pack of Clorox wipes, which we have to have one of those right now in every classroom, and we would probably be going through at least 2 or 3 of those in every classroom each day, just if we had kids in person. That's about $120 to $130 for a 6-pack. So because they are in such short supply, the cost has obviously increased substantially. And we found that with many of the items that we have. So I'll work with Courtney also to get a number of what that would look like if we were to scale it up and have to have enough for every classroom in the district.
And I think I read somewhere, I don't know if it's from Clorox or Lysol, that they're not gonna be up to production levels until next year.
Well, and I wanted to tag along with that with the glove requirement as well. One thing to be mindful of is the healthcare workers that are in need of the N95 masks that are required for nurses who are screening those who have symptoms in the building, and the custodians who are doing the cleaning of a symptomatic or positive case in the building. IDPH and NC currently require that an N95 be utilized, but currently we're struggling getting those, and I know OSF currently their stock is all that they have. They can't even get them. So that is definitely a concern, and the glove price alone has skyrocketed as well as the wipes.
Any other information that board members want for next month? Okay.
This is really helpful, thank you, I mean, it really is. I think we could take this conversation 100 different directions next month, but it's gonna be really important that we establish what we're gonna talk about, so that we can spend the next few weeks making sure we give you the information you need, because, you know, unfortunately, this is gonna be one of those where whatever decision is made, about half the people are gonna disagree with it. I mean, there's just, there's no winning on this one. I mean, we're just gonna have to do what we think is the right thing to do.
So to speak to Mrs. Wolf's comments earlier, I think we've heard why the systems exist. Is there a way for you to look, Courtney, at whether or not any of that can be streamlined in any capacity for people who are looking at modular units or something, so that, right, to do our due diligence to make sure that we're abiding by what we're supposed to? Are there ways now that we're a week in or 2 weeks in or whatever that we can start to think about if there's ways to streamline them, just so that we can make sure that we're doing our due diligence by our staff as well?
One of the things that I do use for, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there is an electronic screening log for the custodians and IT support tech specialists to come in before the screener that we utilize. I can work with the building principals and we can try to come up with a system. The problem is, on a mass level, I do not know who calls in immediately at the end of the day, who's required to report on what day, or who's scheduled to. And it's hard for me to know on that electronic screening log when I'm making sure that they completed that, who actually was required to complete that in the building. So that's something that I'll definitely look into. I appreciate feedback and I'll take it and do what I can with it. So I'll work and see.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I am also acknowledging that we have reached Member Lyons' 9 o'clock rule.
Are all rules.
And I understand that we literally, folks, have made it through the front port of the agenda. But
this is Nick. I do have one thing, you just
yes.
kind of brought up. I apologize, this is kind of untimely, but you know, if we're looking at kind of streamlining and allowing parents to fill out a screener of those questions and submit it and take that as word, you know, as opposed to asking the students, I don't understand why we wouldn't then be able to do the same thing with faculty or, you know, staff and have them submit that electronically. That could streamline and speed up the process. You know, as they pull into the parking lot, that could be something that they fill out as opposed to having to wait in that gauntlet, so to speak, to go through and having, you know, a thermometer where they can take their own temperature as they go into a remote classroom or something like that. As well as, you know, to address some of the other concerns, you know, we're shutting down teachers' lounges and stuff. If someone wanted to bring in a fridge into a classroom, I think that should be something that we should explore on a case-by-case basis, potentially allow, because, you know, obviously we're in unprecedented times. I applaud faculty that wanna go into the classrooms to try and recreate that academic setting and experience as best as possible, and we should be working with them and applauding them for doing that, as opposed to almost encouraging them to work remotely from home.
With the health screening, I forgot to mention that we did look into some electronic screening systems. Frontline Education offered one, that was pretty, comprehensive and thorough. It does not speak to Skyward, in which we currently utilize. It was $13,500 a year. When we looked into Skyward, they created a pretty simple format of the screening, and it doesn't include all of the screening questions that are required by Education ISD. So with that, they could utilize that, but they would still need to answer and respond to those additional questions. So we've looked into those things, and we continue to look into those things as systems maybe improve and develop. And so that's kind of why I had brought up that blanket waiver of if a parent or guardian brings a student, that's kind of self-certifying that they didn't meet that exclusion criteria.
So it would be doable to have staff self-screen?
Right, we would do the same thing then for staff as we would for students, like a blanket self-certification statement type of a thing. That's something that I feel like would be, we'd almost have to do, if we go full in person.
But then there's still a concern of tracking individuals' movements in the building. That's what I would be seriously concerned about. So if you have self-certification, there still has to be a mechanism that you're tracking who's in your building for cleaning and sanitation purposes. So for instance, like in the pods, or the modular units, literally someone could go in there and, you know, Mr. Houston or his staff wouldn't necessarily know they're in there if there wasn't one system where we could track individuals coming in and out of buildings so that we could clean and sanitize those areas. If someone decides not to self-certify and not fill that out, we may not even know that they were in one of those locations. So this is not convenient for anyone by any stretch of the imagination. You know, we're all making sacrifices. You know, we're all bringing our lunch with ice packs in it and doing what we have to do. But it's necessary to ensure that we can keep everybody safe. At the end of the day, we're trying to protect the school district, you know, financially, but more importantly, we're trying to protect people's lives, is what we're trying to do, to ensure that they're coming to healthy and safe and clean environments. And that's difficult when you're looking at buildings that, particularly like GHS, that are over 100,000 square feet. And you have people coming in and out. So having strict protocols and specific entrances is really completely necessary at this point.
Well, and the other, you know, this is obviously the nexus of two issues that are totally unrelated but are now related, is that it's not really an issue for Churchill, it's not really an issue for Lombard, it's not really an issue for King, Steele, Silas. It's just GHS has the pods right now. I mean, it just so happens that at the same time that we have a pandemic, we have a remote place where the teachers go. So, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and say this is what we're doing forever, it's absolutely the way we have to do it. I think we need to absolutely listen to the staff concerned. And perhaps there's a way to meet both masters, but, you know, we'll definitely be open to some ideas, but, you know, I think we always have to make sure we keep both issues
Dr. Asplin, can I say something?
Is that Mr. Matthews?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, good for me. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I may something, I may say this, to be unpopular, but, the screenings in the morning, the process, it's really not that big of a deal. I know we have secretaries, I know Mr. Houston's done it, I've done it. The first couple days, it probably took a little longer, just because it's all new, but it's really not that big of a deal in the morning. I mean, we're talking 20 seconds, 30 seconds at the most, and we're getting people in and where they need to be, so I think it's getting a little blown out of proportion a little bit, just because I think so early on, we were trying to get everybody in, but it's pretty streamlined now. I don't think it's that big of a deal. That's just my honest opinion, so. Dustin?
Right.
Okay.
Recess.
Well, we're gonna do the consent agenda first, and then we'll do that,
There you
because then we'll get into focus area 2 after that. So do I have a motion to consider?
I so move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
And the rest of the agenda too. So.
Are there any parts of the consent agenda that board members have questions about or would like removed? All right, Allison.
Phelps,
Aye.
Rodriguez,
Aye.
Sharpie,
Aye.
Walters,
Aye.
Cervantes,
Aye.
Flanagan,
Aye.
Lyon.
Yes.
Okay, and so we will pause. It is 9:10. We will come back here at 9:15. Finish the rest of this still very long agenda.
Ryan, you can stay at my house tonight, you'll be okay?
Hey, Rodney.
You're not driving home tonight, right?
What?
Yeah, no.
You're really self-certification. Okay, so that could be included, but I will say, when I have reached out to, I have a it's amazing how we all have the same guidance to follow, and everyone, and I will say, some districts are, for like relief purposes, and others are for
You'll want to consider this. You will want to consider this. I mean, literally, we've gone through all that, and I really wanted to say, feedbacks for the metrics to show how it was accepted.
$20 for.
Is that education or metrics, or what?
Just overall metrics. And you can get some numbers.
High school diploma or GED.
Online training. You could be a
I called somebody today and I'm like, will you get in? Because like, now I've been in it so much that I don't have the same lens that I would as a teacher. So like, just tell me like, what do you need to know and what do you not? They do have tons of videos. It's actually super user-friendly. And I, before I knew I was gonna do this, like, I would create things, so I would just read the messages, and one of the things that was on there last year was evaluation. Everything said evaluation. And so before the district did things like that, made me buy in even more, because I didn't know they were doing it, and that's what made, I would say 90% of them said that we should. Yeah, that does, I mean, it is pretty user-friendly. In fact, you just put in, like, your email address, and then go to Google, and you're automatically logged in, so you don't have to remember a password. Find any kids today?
Yes, they're very
We only had two at Silas that didn't do anything really in the spring. I think we finally got something at the end. I didn't think that was too bad for the size of the building, to only have two kids who really struggled with.
Yeah, no, that's really good. What's your metric?
One was my home situation really. Basically just continued. It's one of those that I was like, I don't know, just have kind of stuff.
Right.
That's a question I had, Dr. Ashley.
I know, you're sitting on the same thing.
I couldn't catch him, I told
Yeah, we're not, that's just. Right, right.
If anybody wants resources, I got a lot of good ones. You probably do too, huh?
I gotta work on Dave on that. You always put her up on the website. Marky's gonna kick my ass and then it goes out to the board meetings and it's like, that's how it's
I used to feel like it was, well, so actually, we have a sign up, right? So Courtney, when all the things got filled, we put a sign up on that side. And in person, and we had people from close, and probably picked up one of ours, and now it's pretty
You can't do it. No, I have a comment on this.
Get rid of my other. Uh-oh. Is that so?
What are you talking about, Diet Coke? Diet Coke? Oh yeah, I've been on her since she was a principal at the Silas. She'll come in with a full container.
Don't make me use my gavel.
Oh my God.
Now the one that's.
Oh, I don't get to use it.
Okay, so next up on our agenda is focus area number 1, relevant skills that lead to employability. First under that item is the administrative report on curriculum. Mrs. Springer.
I will be brief, but we have been extremely busy, as you know. I wanted to highlight that we had those 6 days of professional development ahead of the school year. Utilized those very well. The agenda for those days is found in my board report. I do also want to mention that the coaches provided a form, so if teachers needed additional help or personalized help, they could access that. And just based on the form, they had over 70 people that they worked with. They also held office hours and had some kind of, we call them on-the-fly coaching sessions. So if somebody just needed their help while they were around, they accessed that as well. We have our e-learning plan is identified within my board report. The parent help site has been accessed greatly. We've had a lot of really positive feedback on that. We also have that in French and Spanish, as you are well aware. We had our parent university, was pretty excited about that. We had 314 families attend our parent universities over the course of the days. Really thankful to the locations that extended an offering for us. The Knox County Housing Authority with Cedar Creek. We also had the Master's Educational Services with Dave Dunn, First Church of the Nazarene, Bethel Baptist, Owen Holiday Inn as well. Mr. Pratt, our ESL liaison, has also been offering parent universities. He's had roughly 25 of those, and he continues to add to that. I know he has a schedule set up for next week as parents indicate the need for additional assistance. We also have a recorded parent university on the website under the e-learning tab. You can learn the parent help. There's the slide deck of what they would have seen if they had attended a parent university. And Mr. Brennan has graciously gone through that slide by slide rather than video recording himself, he's just done a presentation via Screencastify on there. Professional development, I mentioned, those 6 days. I also want to mention that as part of our beginning training, we offered 3 days ahead of the school year that were paid for teachers to attend to learn about blended learning, which is that mix of synchronous and asynchronous learning that we're actually employing right now. As of my last board report, there's an additional 835 hours of time on that LINC platform that teachers utilize to go through some of those modules about blended learning. So we have a total of 1,792 hours on that platform alone. We also offer 2 live Pear Deck trainings, which we utilize throughout the district. And then I just put down here for you, you could click on there and see the teacher help site. Just like parent help site, we have a teacher help site. So all of the tools that we're utilizing, there are videos on those, click-by-click instructions. And then the coaches have put out these 20 for 20 tech tools that people can utilize. We're continuing with our MTSS process. We rolled that out to principals last month. And then we'll plan on rolling that out in October for our staff members. Are there any questions for me?
No, but I will say kudos on the Parent University. It was, well, it was good, I went, it was nice, I referenced back to it.
Good.
So it was nice, and I hear a lot of good things about it, so.
Coaches did a great job
Yes,
with that.
the coaches did great, it was good, so.
Absolutely.
You know how many people attended the parent universities?
314 VMS.
Because I know I didn't attend them, and I wish I did.
Yeah.
Because when I was helping a kindergartner do his stuff, it was really difficult, you know, working through all the different programs and figuring out Clever, Seesaw, Skyward.
Go to this step, and then you gotta go to this step.
Right.
Exactly.
And then I was worried about, you know, getting there and figuring out the synchronous learning schedule, so I was in the right place at the right time, and.
The YMCA partnered with us and they actually joined because they're having that all-day program. They asked to come over, we offered them that opportunity, had a coach go over to the YMCA and work with them a little bit to just kind of help them walk through those particular programs. We've also dropped off, Mr. Cooper was very nice and dropped off extra power cords because some kids are coming, their Chromebook dies and then they've got nothing, so he graciously took some of those over there for me. For those people to use as well. The coaches and I talked about additional parent university opportunities now for the people that thought, well, I think I got this, or even if the timing just didn't work out. So we're looking at what that might look like.
I don't know if you could do like a simplified cheat sheet for those of us that.
Actually, we have the click by click that parents were able to get. Yep.
So speaking of simplified, I don't know if you have the answer to this. I'm curious. Because I know that in my realm, the number of communications that I'm keeping track of, right? So my own work email, and then some of us are using a platform called Slack for communication with folks, and then we're using Google Classroom, and we're using Zoom. And then, you know, sometimes I'm getting messages via text message. So how are we making sure that for our parents who are used to being able to have their information given to them in a sheet of paper by their teacher, right? How are we making sure that we are offering a streamlined way so that if they feel like they've missed some information, they have somewhere they can go to look for that information? Because I feel like we've been sending out a lot of information as a district. I see it on the Facebook page, I see it in Twitter. I see individual teachers sharing stuff, I see building administrators sharing stuff. So how are we making sure that in our efforts to make sure that our families have the information that they need, that we're not providing so much information that they're then also missing stuff?
So I've been working with Amy on communications, as far as like sending those out and trying to coordinate pieces of those. Teachers certainly address those things on their classroom or their Seesaw to try to keep that communication between the teacher and the family. We also have our e-learning tab that we utilize, which is where the parent help site is also accessed. We have the attendance on there. We have different testing. Anything that's gone out as far as a parent communication is still on that e-learning. So if it is lost in your inbox, or you didn't see that, or you didn't check after 2 or 3 days, that stuff is still housed in that same location. And also the videos. For example, we're gonna share some Scantron, like a 2-minute Scantron video, so they can walk through how that's done. Even though we've given them the click by click, sometimes it's just easier for a visual. that's on there, that will be on there as well. So it's just one place, and additionally, we did that for the teachers too, because, I mean, any teacher in the room could say that we've had several different communications, but even through our online Red Book, as you know it previously, there's a teacher resource link, and it has all of the documentation they've received. So it's a hyperlink right to all of those things that we've been using as a district in one location. So hopefully that answers your question.
Any other questions?
We are starting testing this week. How, I guess, I don't really know how to word it, how do you think our results will be? Like, do you think they'll be better because parents will be home helping their children? Obviously, it specifically says, do not help your child.
Right.
But my kindergartner does not know how to do this, or to read this, or to kind of comprehend it. So I'm just, do you think that it's going to?
I think specifically, we aren't assessing kindergarten. We aren't assessing
Okay.
kindergarten in Ready Math. They have a forced math path that I selected so that they wouldn't be taking a benchmark in the fall. So your kindergartners actually have kindergarten readiness skills they're working through in Ready Math. And they'll take a diagnostic in the winter, so they'll have more of that time to practice. I think the data will bear out. So if I do really well and I am assisted perhaps on this home assessment, it will bear out in the day-to-day interactions and the formative assessment we're doing to kind of take a temperature check of where the student is in their learning progression. But we're hopeful that the data will be productive so that we can make some good instructional decisions. I do think that parents want their kids to have the most appropriate skills as well. I mean, especially for Ready Math. This diagnostic will actually identify what your students' skills are and what they need to be successful. And so I think understanding the why behind the assessment is key, so that we can make those good instructional decisions to help your student, whether they're struggling or whether they're ready to move ahead. Any other questions? Thank you.
Next up, we have the special education report, Dr. Mashad.
Good evening. I will also try to keep this brief. So Monday, September 21st, we will start our in-person instruction for those low incidence disability students that we identified. We started out with 130 students to bring in. We are down to 50 students. And only 30 of those 50 students will be riding buses. The rest will be dropped off by parents. And so the ones on the buses, there'll be a parent on the bus that'll do a temp and questions prior to that student entering the bus. Again, as the nurse had talked about, most buses are only gonna have a handful of kids, 3 to 5 kids. The high school bus may have a few more kids because we have a few more students in the life skills program there.
They'll be coming in for 2 hours, is that correct?
There's a little bit of flexibility in that. The Bright Future kiddos are coming in for 1 hour blocks. Their typical day during the year is 2.5 hours, so they're gonna come in for a 1 hour block every day. The K-5 kids are coming in for 2 hour blocks. The high school life skills kids are 2 hour blocks. The life skills ED room is 1.5 hour blocks, just based on the number of kids coming in. In your packet is our yearly, we look at the behavior management policy for the district. This has been updated this year to reflect all of the changes that have gone on with the state board and through the legal system and addressing timeout and restraints and the whole new reporting system in relation to that. Also in my report is the special ed numbers as of the day I did them, September 3rd. That is a revolving door that changes every day. So we're constantly getting adds and drops on a daily basis. Any questions?
Thank you. Next on the agenda are the building reports. Were there any questions from board members? Mine was just about attendance. I know that some of the building reports included some direct numbers and percentages, but not all. Do we have an idea? Are we above 90%? hearing from families about,
Okay, that'll be online attendance.
that's what I was gonna say, are we hearing, right, because it's twofold, right? People having to check in, but also people having to have the access to internet to do so. So when we think about places that need access to internet, I know we were in conversations with some areas because they were gonna enter into agreements with Comcast, but I'm also curious about how the activity buses and the Wi-Fi hotspots are working and how many hours are they out there, et cetera.
So as of right now, we know that the, housing authority units do not have internet yet because, not because of the housing authority, they reached out to Comcast long ago, but they have not yet installed those units in the building. We have heard from the following, this is a large swath that I'm kind of overgeneralizing here, but the people we've heard the most from are people who live in properties that cannot get internet, whether that means they're rural or they're in apartments that won't allow it, don't have it, can't get it. Those are the biggest groups, people that live maybe nowhere near a building that has Wi-Fi or, are more of the rural folks really. And then, we just got the hotspots in today, so we can identify those people that really truly do have, are living like someone in the internet desert, to try to get those to them as soon as possible. And then, now that we've run our lunch for a week, we're gonna look at how we're gonna interact those Wi-Fi buses with the hotspots to see, because if we are, just using this as an example, I'm not saying this is what we're doing. If we find that we're sending all of our internet hotspots to rural areas, we don't really need to send the Wi-Fi buses to rural areas, maybe we can concentrate those more in some of the neighborhoods in town. Once we get the housing developments to have their internet, we know that will alleviate 196 different issues. And so, we're somewhat prisoner to some other people's timelines right now. We are getting feedback from that home learning email address. In addition, I know buildings are getting contacted and the outreach of Dean and been talking to people. So we feel like we're getting some pretty good information. Now it's a matter of, okay, we've got several options now, how do we deploy those? So I would say by this time next week, we'll have a lot better handle on how that is working, because we didn't want to set up a schedule for those Wi-Fi buses until we kind of knew what the need was. So now we kind of feel like we have the need and we now have the hotspot, so we can kind of figure out how to best deploy those two items. It would really help if Comcast could hook up the housing authorities. I mean, that's the biggest number, we know that. And so.
How many families do we have that are without internet service?
Without completely, the number we had at the beginning was 124, I believe, is that right? That's 124. And so, we know within that, so for instance, like there's 196 units at the housing authority, so some of those folks did, or at least indicated they had access to it. We know that some of the problem is, as we said, those folks that just can't get it wherever they live. And then we do know specifically west of the district, that's a particularly big problem. I mean, there aren't a lot of folks who live out there, but they do live out there. The internet is a difficult proposition out
If you
there.
live close to Rodney, he'll live in this.
There you go, Rodney, rent out
Well,
your internet, and then you want to pay it.
Well, park the bus at your
There you
house
go.
if you'll feed lunch.
Yeah.
But no, we do feel like we have the tools to do it, we just wanna make sure we're implementing them right. So now that we've gotten, several days of feedback from some families, and some have worked out, oh, you know what, I didn't know there was Wi-Fi at South Willard, I'm 2 blocks away, no problem. So we're working through some of those things. Once we find out the ones that are truly persistent, those are the groups that we're gonna attack, really starting tomorrow.
But Dr. Asplin, how close do they have to be to the buses in order to get that?
75 feet, I believe, is the number, yeah, 75.
Do the students get on the buses?
No, I mean, we don't have them get on the bus right now. If it was inclement weather and there was a situation where there was a child, I'm sure we'd let them, but, it's more idea if you go up there and upload and download. It's not ideal for somebody who's trying to be on a synchronous, platform for 4 hours. I mean, that's not gonna be ideal. But if you're somebody that lives like, say, near the high school and you wanna be out in the parking lot, sit out there, you could. I mean, there's nothing stopping you. I mean, it's on. Yeah, right, or here, or or Silas or Lombard, and soon, Steele and King as well.
So when a student uses the bus, what, does the parent put them in a car or something, or do they just sit outside the bus in a chair?
Right now, it would be like at Lake Bracken and at, Westport and at Henderson Post Office, they could just, yeah, what you said, be up there with a car, get a chair, walk up there, you know, upload, download. That's not a long-term decision, or solution, that's just part of it now. Once we've identified like hot, I don't wanna say hot spots for 2 different meetings, but, you know, heat map, you know, okay, here's 12 people in this area, let's go put a bus there. So we know that they can all be close to that area and they can get the internet station.
Okay, thank you. Next up is the enrollment for Dr. Asplin. Anything that you want to draw our attention to?
Thank you. The high school enrollment is up. The Churchill enrollment is very solid. The Lombard enrollment is very solid. Our numbers have taken a sharp decline in the K-4 buildings. And the qualitative data I can tell you from those conversations is that those are basically lumped into 2 groups. There are folks that decided they were gonna homeschool their children this year because of the pandemic, and then there were folks that decided they were gonna enroll their students at the private schools, whether it be mostly the Christian school that's on Acosta, because it was cheaper than daycare and they couldn't stay home. And so we know there's a large group of those folks too. So once we go back to in-person learning, we're reasonably confident that those numbers at the elementary will go up, for those folks that have decided to send their kids to parochial school, because of the childcare issue. So the folks that are homeschooling, I would guess based on the feedback we got from them, they would be later, because they were more fearful of the pandemic and so wanted to keep their children home all the time. But at this point in time, actually, I'm pretty encouraged, even though our numbers are lower than last year at this time. When you take the sheer number of people we know are secluding basically only for the pandemic, our enrollment numbers are really pretty strong.
Next up on the agenda, focus area number 2, facilities and assistance skill acquisition. First on that is the building and grounds committee report. Gonna look at Member Lyons next to me. I know, I say that all the time. Member Lyons.
Okay, well, as you know, we've remodeled lots of buildings and they just need some students in them. I guess we spent an hour and a half talking about that already. As of this weekend, King's opened for teachers to move in, correct? Yes.
Yeah.
There's some siding issues at King that haven't been resolved because they're waiting for it to be installed. Otherwise, they got the concrete laid today?
No, they did the compaction.
Okay, so we're close to having all the exterior features and all the remodeling features, schools done, with the exception of some siding that's back ordered.
Right, yeah, it should be coming in, so we open it at the concrete sheet this week as well. Last week rain kind of held up the approaches, so they have a lot laid, with the.
So we're in good shape on the buildings, it really is, and I did a tour of them with John the other day. It's as Courtney said about King, you walk in, you can't believe this is the same building that we had previously, and you sort of, where am I standing right now relative to where it was previously?
You get lost.
It's very nice, and the Lombard edition is just awesome. It's very impressive. Like I said, just there's a bunch of children in there. We've spoken a lot about the kitchen and the servery at the high school, which is it's a very impressive project. I hope so for $4.4 million. But and Steele, it looks nice. Steele looked nice before. We did this addition behind it now, and it has a big asphalt drop-off lane, which I still have a problem navigating with my car. I'm not sure how everyone's going to navigate. But it's they're probably better drivers than I. But it's very nice. And the grading's done. I hope they pick up a bunch of trash concrete
You tell.
outside there. But the buildings are beautiful, I'm glad we've done it, and this board and John and Jen, you should be proud of yourselves, and, I think we have some nice buildings to present to our students when they do get the chance to arrive. The other part of our building grounds presentations of the update on the buildings being basically ready for students. One more thing, that King office is nice. I wish I ever worked at an office like that, you know, but I didn't have the chance to. It's really classy, it really is. Okay, we need to talk about the plans for the secondary campus. Because we need to finalize plans so that we can get it out to bid, so we can get some things worked out. So at this point, I think I'm gonna turn things over to our friends from Leggett and Russell? Woo-hoo!
Lori's bedtime.
So just to clarify, is this item B?
Yes, item B.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're.
And Brian started this.
I'm gonna go first because I'm the easiest point on the agenda. So we were asked to bring back an image of what a shortened auditorium would look like with the commons inside the back half of the auditorium. So I don't know, can I point?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
be
please.
easier.
Please do.
Quickly. So the back half of the auditorium remains the same. We're not doing anything with the rigging behind the stage. The existing mechanical ductwork's gonna stay back there. Up top, we've toured the catwalks up top. There's a life safety item to add guardrails. The catwalks currently extend all the way back to the existing upper deck of the auditorium. Those aren't gonna be necessary in the future, so we're gonna keep this front half of the catwalks in place and use the existing light position. So currently, the auditorium goes back to this back wall. This is your courtyard that you're looking at back here, with your existing windows. So taking over the balcony and then opening up this middle space, for the common / cafeteria. In this image, the windows on the outside, you can see through here, these are new openings in the existing auditorium walls. And then this portion in the center is your entry vestibule into your auditorium, and then the control booth. We are currently showing a light spot up on top of the control booth, but there will also be other opportunities on either side of the control booth for ADA accessible light spots. And then just to go over quickly on the seating of the auditorium, we're in still the 620 to 640 range for seats. The back half of the auditorium is stepped. We call it stadium seating, but you come in at 0-0, which is your current commons area, and then you'll step down into the auditorium. There's ramps on either side of the auditorium and plan to get down for ADA accessibility. And you'll come through these doors if you're accessing through ramps on either side. And then the front half of the auditorium is sloped to the front, which we're working through the orchestra location now. There most likely will be 2 locations. Your existing location where it's at now could be used and filled in for seating when it's not used, and then the secondary location, after that day 9. The secondary location is on the, will be on stage left.
What is
Any
the
question?
floor level? Can you just draw a line where the floor would look? Oh, you can't draw.
No. Which floor level? So your existing floor level is basically 0-0 back here. So this is your existing stairwell in your lobby you're looking at here. That's your crawl space common. So your existing floor space is 0-0 when you come into the auditorium. It extends about 5 feet and then starts sloping down. Sorry, y'all.
This picture.
All the way down.
Is how much above, like the front, how much above the current floor would that be?
I think it's a foot or 2. It's like 1'6", I think, right now. It's not finalized yet because we're still adjusting where this mid-level is gonna go. But with that said, you will have ADA seating throughout the auditorium. So this mid-level has, removable seats for ADA seating. You'll have seats down in front, and then you'll have seats right when you come in at the 0-0 level. Yes, sir.
So there's no balcony now then, because at one point we talked about keeping part of that, so there's no balcony.
We are not designing for a balcony. The balcony was the, what was it, the B scheme in the presentation last, to add additional seating. So there's been conversations on whether to alternate bid the structure to house a balcony. That's still open for discussion, but not a balcony from day one, no.
And that spiral staircase I see, that's to just to get up to that lighting platform.
Yeah, so the control booth is roughly 15 feet wide, and then it's to get the light spots a little bit higher up to get, lighting to the stage.
What about the acoustics? That's been one of the
So-
criticisms of the existing auditorium.
Yep.
What are you doing to improve the acoustics?
So the last time I presented the plan which showed, the reshaping of the auditorium, basically turning it into a large fan into a smaller rectangle, which will drastically help with the acoustics, focusing the, sound back and forth from the stage. The other thing that, we're recommending is reshaping the ceiling. So your ceiling baffles are being reshaped up top. And then this picture here is showing, a shelf, an acoustical shelf to help, divert the acoustics throughout the auditorium. In addition to additional acoustical panels that you can't currently see in this image, will be on the side walls and back walls. And then new seating will also assist, with your acoustics throughout the auditorium. So many things.
Is there an orchestra pit in front of the stage?
The theatrical consultant would not like me calling it an acoustical pit because it truly is not an acoustical pit. Or orchestra pit. It's a semi-recessed pit currently, and the idea is that, we're studying two options. One, to keep the semi-recess, which they don't recommend because you can't control the sound very well in front of the auditorium. And the secondary one is off the stage left, which you can still view the orchestra, but you can control the sound more, within the auditorium.
And so when you say on stage left, Brian, where, in the current auditorium, where would that be?
So, do you know where the exit stair is with the pseudo ramp to get out? So basically, in front of that section. So since we're compressing the auditorium so much to improve the acoustics, there's leftover space on either side of the auditorium. And I think we're designing it to 15 people in that orchestra company.
About what a pit usually would have.
Yeah.
We were given three models. Which model is this one? The first one, the second one, or the third one?
This one's the first one.
This is the first one?
Yep.
And this is the least expensive or the most expensive?
This is the least expensive.
Okay.
There's a piece in our agenda here, which talks about the auditorium remodel space of being $978,000. That's 70, right?
I'm gonna look to my counterpart here.
That's what it says.
Go ahead.
So, one thing I wanna make sure everybody understands, the way we have it broke down, because we're kind of push and pulling. So, that doesn't get you a full auditorium, that's the interior finishes, the mechanical and the sprinkler, or somewhere else in that budget. The back wall that Brian talked about between the commons is actually in the commons portion, because the commons was a non-negotiable that had to happen. So, trying to put, break these up into where the logical line is, so just keep that in mind, it seems very light.
We assume there'd be a wall.
Yeah, but which budget does that go on, right? So,
The ballet program, I'm not sure about.
Yeah, so the $900 and some odd $1,000, that's for reshaping the exterior wall of the seats and the ceiling and that, so, the design's still ongoing as that number, interior finishes for that space, appreciate that. But the mechanical and sprinklers, and the rest of that's the budget, so.
Any other questions on the auditorium?
But just so we're clear, and everybody that's listening is clear, the money that we are talking about spending is actually going to make the acoustics greatly improved from what they are now.
Correct.
And we're gonna have better seats.
And that's the idea, we're not repurposing.
Better
the seats.
sight.
New seats.
Yes.
Not taking ones from the balcony, huh?
No.
The other portion of the conversation that Maury mentioned was the overall high school project. There is a set of drawings that we printed, which was 90% construction documents for us, meaning we have about 10% more to go to get out the bid documents that you guys will review. Typically, we print them for a week to allow you guys to review them and look through them and ask questions. There's a 90% set that Jen has, if you guys would like to review them. We are at 100% and we're doing our QA/QC process, which is just a quality check to make sure that we're avoiding any complications once we get into construction. And then we'll print a final set for everyone to review. But if you want a prelim of what it looks like, there's a 400 sheet set of drawings in Jen's office if you would like to scan through.
My final question is, many people are very attached to that 2,400 seat auditorium. What would your response be by reducing it to only 650 feet? In other words, what are we getting, what are we losing?
You want me to, you want more?
I think I'm the
You
one
can
who's
answer that question.
pushing this for 3 years now, so I think it's my responsibility to speak to this point.
Good.
First of all, Wendell, I'm gonna take issue if there are many people married to 2,400 seats in the auditorium. I'm not so sure there are many people in that. I've sat in that balcony for my oldest son's graduation 18 years ago, whatever. And it was terrible. Couldn't hear a thing, could barely see anything. I think the only time we ever fill it is for the graduation. And this past few years, it has not been filled as we had graduation. So as a need for this community is not growing. This community, I hope we're stagnating in population, but that would be an optimistic view. I don't think we need a 2,400 seat auditorium. I've also been there for theater presentations. It's an embarrassment for the people that had to perform, because you rarely can hear them, you barely can see them, and there are 200 people in that auditorium for a theatrical presentation. I think moving to something smaller and more intimate would give the students and their parents and grandparents in the community an opportunity to enjoy theater in a better venue, a venue they can see and hear better, and a more enjoyable activity. It is large enough at that number to accommodate any 2 of our grade levels that will be in our 712 campus. So the administration would have to, if they want to do assemblies for just 2 grades at a time, would have that opportunity, 1 grade at a time. Anything larger, we have a gymnasium that seats 3,500, 3,200, which is going to be air conditioned, and would be a good venue for that. So why building a district that has limited resources would want to invest in maintaining a large space, an unnecessary large space, is something I have not been able to figure out. Is that reasonable? I mean, that's how I view it. Other people may view it differently, but I would love to have a venue that allows us to see and hear better.
So the question, I was not present at the last meeting, but the meeting before, we had a lengthy discussion on the auditorium, finding another 1.8 million for the auditorium. Has that went a different direction, I'm picking up, since our at length discussion when we were at Silas?
you can speak to that, but as we got more cost analysis and kind of honed into what we needed, actually the cost has increased. Just for the basic portions of several pieces of, not just the auditorium
Right.
project, but the overall high school project. So,
Yeah, there's a budget, I think that's maintained for the past year, kind of a breakdown of what all the costs are, the different areas, so.
Well, and we went for that $5 million grant, and unfortunately, we didn't get it. That would have addressed some of these issues. That doesn't mean we're gonna stop looking for other grants, but that opportunity went away.
Yeah, some of the items that are now shown in that in that budget were originally hopeful to be granted, like the new doors. After that grant wasn't approved, a lot of those are life safety items that we still need to address. So trying to figure out what do we make sure we need to put in the project, being the new doors or,
plumbing replacement of the
the
bathroom.
plumbing replacement of the bathrooms, some of those areas we're hopeful to fund out of that, Rebuild Illinois grant. And that wasn't successful, so we had to kind of push that back into the base job and then shuffle some of the costs a little higher, or where we are with our base projects, so.
Well, the best example I can say why we're not looking at asking the board to look at putting $250,000 into the foundation for balcony is, because we had to make some choices. As I looked down this list of costs, there's an item here for $280,000 and $280,400 for hallway lockers and renovation. I really didn't, we met this past Friday, I could not say that we're gonna have this really glamorous new wing going off the north end, and then come back into our older part and not have the same look that we're having currently. So if, to me, in my mind, and the mind of other people at the table at the time, making sure all the doors are replaced, making sure all the lockers are replaced, to give a fresh look for the entire school was an important variable. Does that summarize that reasonably?
Absolutely.
I mean, decisions have to make, you can't have everything.
It also becomes a function issue. If anyone's been out at the high school and looked at our lockers, they're from 1957. They're not in good condition. They need to be replaced. So this is really a function, not just a form issue that we needed, new doors for safety reasons. We need new windows in certain sections of the JVC hallway. We needed new lockers. So we're choosing practical things that students and staff need for productive, safe learning environments every day.
Yep. What has the faculty said anything, Dr. Asplin, about this design?
Well, we've just gotten to where we actually feel like we can afford what we have. So we got the input from the faculty. Brian met with them. When was that? January?
Yeah.
Brian met with the faculty to get upfront input on them on what they needed. And so we've kept that in the forefront of all the plans. So we got that input before we actually put the design in place. And so when we get to the actual plans, those were built from the however many meetings we had on those days with all the faculty members of the high school.
Yeah.
Brian met with the faculty for 3 days, and they were 3 10-hour days. And I made the schedule, and he did not like me very much for it, because we had so many different groups and stakeholders that we needed to get in to give feedback to, but he was a trooper and did the 3 days in a row for us, and we're very appreciative of that feedback.
So you think the faculty will be happy with what we have, what's
I
been
would think so.
presented right now?
It's truly going to be a beautiful facility. There's always more that we can do, but with the resources that we have, I think it's going to be a very nice facility for our 7 through 12 students.
Okay, we have more to discuss.
Ron, do you have any questions for You're looking at that. Okay.
We have a lot more.
I was gonna say, because, I mean, I don't wanna stifle, you know me, I do not wanna stifle conversation, but we're at 10 o'clock, and we still have half of this agenda to get to.
Unfortunately, a lot of the other stuff should go fast, but we still have a lot left on this that needs to be discussed.
So I'll try to be brief unless you guys want to dive in. There is attached draft phasing plan, so part of developing the documents that are gonna come to you guys next month, go out to bid, is have the contractors understand when they're getting certain areas of the building and how that relates to staff and potential students in the area, work with the district. You can kind of see up here, there is a handful of colors. There's a building to the right, that is actually the new vocational building, so that's a separate project in red. The schedule for that is to come out for bid in October. We should, depending on, COVID lead times and stuff, what we're projecting now, if that's all in there, what actually happens, we think we'll be able to get that done by the end of February, unless we have any major equipment lead times that, I've seen some of that, and we're hopeful that the supply chain will catch up. So that'll be February turned over. What you're seeing in blue and orange, would be areas that would be taken, over January right away. The blue would be done by August, or be occupiable by the, district in August of, for next year's start of school year. The orange, which would be the auditorium, would have to probably go through, that next semester to December. The green would be starting, be June, and then again through December. And the reason that is, there's some, coordination between modular building 1 and that addition. So that's, you know, and then also, you don't start foundations till the frost is on the ground, so you got a little bit of that component in it. If you think back to when we did King, we got our bid package out early to get foundations in the ground before winter hit, so we could get that done by August. We didn't quite hit the timing with that addition, so that's why it's gonna go a little longer. And then the yellow areas, which really don't have much renovation at all, it's all mechanical sprinkler work, that's gonna be a summer phase. So that would be June to August, so that's why those areas are specifically called out. That has a lot less renovation to it, it's mostly, sprinkler and mechanical. And if you scroll down, the second floor has the same scheme, so it kinda gives you what we're thinking right now. There's conversation with the district that we may modify this a little bit, depending on areas they need for the first, and what students and staff look like when they're in the building, or what, in which areas they may need. One discussion point was, you know, the front office corridor, that may have to be a, you know, staggered phase, where you didn't get that, January, they may get that either in, you know, March or June or something, so, depending on how we stagger that. So we're still working through the final phasing, but, I was asked to give an update on that. Is there any questions?
I think I need to make sure that everybody understands, so if you're looking at the blue, okay, so, and the orange, but primarily the blue right now. So the blue, if you go by that, legend on there, that says that we would turn that over to Russell, and the bid package would say that we would turn that over to Russell in January. Currently, we have the second floor empty, but not the first floor. So we'd have to have some very serious talks about how many classrooms we would be displacing. And we've had some of those already, just so you're not starting from zero here. But we have to talk to them about how we would schedule moving different rooms around. So as you rip out one room and fix it up, you can move people back in. We already have people in the pods. So we'd have to, essentially what we're asking here is, are you okay with us being really disruptive to speed up the bid schedule so we get this done faster and likely cheaper? Or do you want to wait a little bit longer and not take over all of these spaces, have to bid them out more, lengthen the bid out? It would be less disruptive, but it would be disruptive longer, and it would cost a little bit more because we'd have to do, bidding into the future.
Right, yeah, so with this plan, we've tried to get all the classrooms back to the district by August. If we're we're having to sequence some of those areas more, and maybe you have more of those classrooms that are gonna have to go into the December timeframe and utilize the modulars or whatever that may be, so.
I don't see how we can vacate let's assume we're back in school.
That's what we have to do.
Okay, I don't see how we could get out of the vocational wing by January of next year. Because we're still gonna be using that, because I don't think the other space would be built out by January, would it? If we did it in October?
We're talking right now because we'll probably get into February when that's turned over, so.
So
if that's the
when it
case-
says it's a range, so when it says phase 2A, January 21,
Right.
some of that space may not be available,
Right,
here
you're,
in January.
yeah, you're not gonna have contractors in every square foot of that blue.
Okay.
Right, but, you know, understanding what disruptions that shutting off heat to power is gonna have on different areas, and the other side of this that, you know, we're just starting discussions on is, working with the district's asbestos abatement contractor, or, not contractor, but, consultant. A lot of this area has to be abated, so that has to get bid out as well, and then certain things we have to wait for the abatement stuff, so get that coordination that works in here as well, so.
And the other part I wanna make sure everybody's aware of is that the orange, so if we turned over the orange and the blue, I mean, we basically said the auditorium is off limits until January of 2022. That's what we're saying. Everybody needs to know that's what we're talking about.
We did build the commons out.
Right.
Gotta put that wall.
Well, the commons could be built out by August, but the auditorium itself wouldn't be ready until the following January.
So this is made clear that the commons is the more important linchpin of getting that up for August, so trying to, you know, there's a workforce concern too, with a lot of work going on here, and how do you phase people in the right areas to get as much done as you can, so. There's a lot of mechanical work in this package, and talking to the district, you know, we'll have kids in the building before the boilers are ready to fire, but you don't fire boilers till October anyway, so there's still be work going in the boiler house to replace all that, but, so. So that is another point, that just cause it says turned over this day, there'll still be people working in the boiler house in different areas. It's not like construction is gonna be done, that day.
So, the reason it's on the agenda, reason it's on the agenda is because we wanna make sure everybody's aware that this is a very aggressive timeline, and if we're not okay with that, we'll need to have a special, construction meeting to come up with a different timeline. I mean, it is fairly in line with what we talked about when we ordered the modulars. It's just changing how we did it a little bit. So it's not any more aggressive than that timeline, it's just looking at how it gets phased out. There's always going to be a point in time when the auditorium is not available. So if we decide not to do it now to save it for, another time, then we're just doing it another time. Which I'm not advocating one over the other, I'm just telling you, there's never gonna be a point in time where we've made it available to everybody when they need it all the time.
So the less aggressive approach would be approximately how much more money and how much more time?
I'd have to run some numbers to get back to you.
But you say every year, just to be
It's
consistent.
about a 4% increase year to year on construction costs typically, so I mean, depending on what the proportion of that is.
So it'd be another $1.6 million potentially on a $40 million project.
Yeah.
What's the additional cost of the modulars?
Excuse me?
The additional cost of modulars, because we would have to keep the modulars
Longer.
potentially a year longer.
Okay.
So we're looking at $32,000 a month on rent for those.
Oh, holy
Which we built into the budgets already, so it's not like.
Even for the extra year?
No.
For this year,
Right.
and looking at cost assumptions moving
Right.
forward.
So, watching our project that we've already in the middle of, if we go out longer, it will be longer than another year, let's just face it. So if we go aggressive, we're probably still gonna be longer than these dates say. Let's just call it what it is. So I have a hard time saying, let's wait, let's go longer, because we're gonna be out long enough as it is. And I don't wanna look at another 1.6, we're gonna find unknowns anyway in this skeletal place. So, for us to, and I think we're gonna find skeletons we didn't know exist, it may be haunted for all I know. But, my 2 cents is we get after it and get it done.
Yeah, and, you know, we looked at this a lot of different ways to try to, with the age of the building and the mechanical system you have being steam from 1957, and going to a hot water boiler, and the fact that your tunnels are full, we're gonna have to once we take those boilers off, you're not getting them back on until the new system's off. So that's what, part of the aggressive portion of this is whether you want all of it back or not, we have to give you all new mechanical systems by next October to get going, or you're having temporary heat systems that are impossible. So there's portions of it that are gonna have to be done one way or another, just to get your heat back on the next October.
This is probably why no one has embarked upon this. I had a question before I wanted to be snarky.
This is Nick, kind of to echo, some of the sentiment before. You know, we made a conscious decision to slow things down in our timeline to go after some grants, which unfortunately we were not successful in obtaining. And now I think, it would be in our best interest to move forward, assuming no other additional funding is available. We're already looking at alternative ways to kind of come up with the funding to get new lockers, get all new doors, things like that have to be done. I don't think it would be prudent to drag things out even longer and incur additional costs and try and figure out ways to come up with that or cut other things that we need. We've said from the get-go that if we were going to redo the auditorium, it would probably be down for a year. This is just the first time that we've actually put some kind of a date or timeline on it. Construction is inherently disruptive, so I think that's just something we're gonna have to live with a tentative, timeline on when it will be done. But, we need to move quickly in order to try and get things done as cost effective as possible.
I agree, and I'm gonna be, Nick, the way they have the system set up right now, it's way better than what we've had, and I appreciate it, but it feels like Nick is like Dr. Oz speaking from the sky. I remember my question is thanks to Member Walter's comment. The projects that we have completed, were we over time money?
So we're under budget on all of them.
Okay.
We're looking at.
Can you say that louder and again slowly?
We're under budget on all 4 projects. We're projecting between 150 to 200,000 in that range, contingency monies to be available and pushed to the high school, which is great. I would say all of the projects came in within, time constraints except for King. King is stretched out longer, which was also the most aggressive of all of them. The biggest project of all of them, and we started it started last November. So, that was, I guess, kind of between COVID and some contractor issues, it's dragged out longer than we wanted to, but we're getting there, so.
Okay, I just wanted to hear that we were under budget.
And I will add one piece of interesting news I just actually heard today. I had a call from the Quad City Building Trades Council asking me, hey, when is the high school coming out to bid? I have a lot of contractors that are slow right now that want to bid something.
Right.
So So.
Sharpen those pencils.
So I'm hopeful that will help our budget numbers even more. You know,
All right,
give-
well, let's move this forward.
Roll. So you don't know what that means, but that is one of the, I guess, the upsides for the district of COVID is that a lot of private industry has slowed down in construction, so on the outlook for next year, it's starting to slow for some of those contractors, and they're chomping to bid something to get on the books for next year, so.
Okay. Any other thoughts regarding the timeline? I know this is gonna be rough. This is, I cannot stress this enough. But, you know, we're in the middle of it. It's not like we can turn around and say, changed our minds. So I do think that I agree with Member Phelps and with Member Walters that I think we need to go ahead and push forward. And do what we can in a short amount of time as possible, right? Knowing that there's gonna be stuff on our horizon that we're not aware of. But I want us to do our due diligence in trying to stick to our budget as much as possible, and elongating this project out doesn't allow us to do that.
Another comment I'll make for the public, just drive around and see the construction that has been done in the other schools. And I think you'll agree, the reason we're pushing to the high school, it's gonna be as good or better than the other projects. So bear with us on this. Yes, it will be a mess and we'll all suffer, but COVID's been a mess too. And so that's my input to the listeners. Look what projects we have completed and then look forward to the high school.
The other thing on the board agenda, and I don't know how much detail you want to dive into it, I did attach a summary breakdown of our last estimate based on Brian's 90% documents. What you'll see two kind of separate estimates on there. We do have one at the very bottom for Northwoods. And then the 1.5 million, and then the high school, above that, you have a base bid, an alternate list, and a full project list that kind of correlate together. The base bid, we have at 40 million, just under 41 million, and then the 42.5 for the full project right now, so including soft costs for the district and kind of breaking up in those kind of wings and chunks, so. I don't know if you wanted me to dive into anything specific on that.
Lee, my only question, this is Nick, the man behind the curtain. My only question would be, what exactly is life safety items not done in the amount of $1.55 million?
Yeah, great question. We had that question in the Building and Grounds Committee meeting as well. So the part of the money you're pulling is the life safety funds, and that's a survey of deficiencies in the building. Brian's worked diligently to put all those items in the documents. We wanted to make sure we didn't leave any of those kind of up for chance. So a good example of that would be like the railing at the catwalks up in the auditorium. So it's a specific item on there. Another item I think that was in there.
But that's because we're abandoning them, correct? So that's, would be the life safety not done.
So it's putting railings on the catwalk. If you go up to the catwalk right now, it's a plank. And that's it. I mean, there is no railings.
But we're abandoning 2/3 of them.
Right, so once we get that identified, you know, that's something Brian and I identified here last week, so that number should come down based on that scope. Another item I think in there was, putting vapor barriers and taping the crawl space.
Yeah.
That's a life safety item, that's.
$400,000.
So, Nick, to answer your question, the line item there is for items that weren't currently on the drawing while they were estimated.
Right.
So there's 200 life safety items, and not all of them were on the drawing at that time, so they had a line item to identify that in the estimate.
Right, so.
But at this point, some of them are included.
Yes, where as we confirm the catalog on what you guys wanted to do with them, they're getting put on the drawing. So by 100%, they will all be on the drawing.
Right.
The number will be smaller, but it will be represented in other numbers.
Yeah,
So the ultimate number may be smaller ultimately, because
yes,
all the catwalks we're not gonna put railings on all of them, we're cutting them, removing them, or
right.
locking them off.
Correct. Yeah, so some of the items, as we could find more creative ways to solve the problem, like that catwalk one, that will help take the number down. So I think in earlier stages of the estimate, that was like a $2.5 million budget line item. As we got stuff identified, you know, with the doors being pushed in the project, because there were certain door hardware items that are life safety. Now that's up in the door number, so things kind of get pushed and pulled, but right now, the big two pieces of that were the catwalk and the moisture, or the vapor retardant in the crawl space, and there's a handful of small ones, so. You know, whether it's a floor drain and a, you know, shower that's rusted out that was on there, or whatever it may be, so.
Any other questions or direction? Yes, there is.
No, it's not I.
Cause there is an I.
It is.
Change order.
F.
Why don't you talk about the change order while you're still standing?
Okay,
Yeah,
yes.
You guys can leave.
As the board president, I will say that we are going to move to item F. While you are standing up there.
That's not a problem. So, item F is for a change order at Lombard, $15,000 and some change for additional light fixtures in the media center and commons. During install, right before install, a couple months ago, we identified that the amount of lights that were delivered weren't enough to, you know, cover the space that was expected. We dug through the documents to try to find the discrepancy. There's a discrepancy in the documents between the schedule and the graphical depiction of how the light should be in those spaces that left us short. So working with Leggett, RTM, ourselves, and the contractor, we were able to work through where the discrepancy was, and they got new lights ordered, negotiated with the contractor. We did not approve them to, get any fee or additional labor, hang the lights. We were able to negotiate that, but the additional for the lights themselves to be ordered being a first time cost, we're requesting approval for.
It's over $10,000.
It's over $10,000.
Has to come to the board.
Yeah. So I was able to negotiate the install and the fee off of that, even, you know, what we would say they're entitled to, but through get paid to the contractor, they agree to waive those.
Any other questions regarding this?
I move we approve.
Okay, well, I have to have a motion. Okay.
Second.
You do not understand the last 3 weeks I've had in my actual job,
Her real life.
my real life. All right. Any other questions? Allison?
Turkey?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Rogers?
Aye.
Flanagan?
Aye.
Lyon?
Yes.
Clubs?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Aye.
Last month, there was concern to make sure that these judges were here, so are there any
Thank
other
you for
questions
coming.
of them while they're here? On the scope of any of this big project we just showed today?
Otherwise they can leave.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
guys.
Appreciate it. It's so much easier having you here to point to things
I
on the
agree.
screen.
100%.
You'll definitely be here next month.
We will be here next month.
It might be a long one, so we'll try to get there.
Okay, so next up, do I have a motion to consider approval of the facilities use agreement with the city of Galesburg?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Matthews, this has your name next to it. Did you want to share any thoughts about this agreement?
It's the same agreement as last year, pretty much. There's just a couple little minor things, just because of COVID, as far as using some facilities that we won't be doing this year, as far as we'll be using the inside, inside for tennis, because it's not going to be useful for us right now with tennis. Other than that, it's pretty much the same, nothing unusual. Remember, Sherby had pointed out a couple things that we need to get corrected. We got those corrected today, so it's, all the language matches up on what it should be, so it's pretty straightforward.
Any questions from board members?
My only question is with that new lease coming through today and not being posted, can we vote on it tonight?
Huh? It's been changed since the agenda was posted.
Does it have to be posted for us to approve a contract? I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure, Nick, it doesn't. We can have a contract just given to us as we walk in the door for us to approve. I mean, it wasn't until recently we even had our agenda as public as it is now, and we approved contracts for 100 years.
I'm just posing the question to make sure we're not violating it.
No.
Can we approve a contract that was just presented today?
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
There we go.
Any other questions? Allison?
Walters?
Aye.
Montes?
Aye.
Lyon?
Aye.
Lyon?
Yes.
Phelps?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Aye. Sharpie?
I appreciate Member Walter's
Being
due
honest.
diligence.
I know.
Do I have a motion to consider approval of the facilities use agreement with the YMCA?
So moved.
Second, Walters.
Any questions regarding this contract, or were there any major changes with this, contract, Mr. Matthews?
Yeah, this one probably had the most changes just because of COVID and the relationship we have with the YMCA throughout the year as far as them using pool facilities for basketball practices or camps. The Whitehall swimming pool area, they use that, but with everything going on, we're kind of taking a year hiatus on that, sharing the facilities with them just because of everything that's going on. I expect it's probably just to be a one-year thing, but who knows? But really, that's the big thing this year, is we just kind of cut some of those ties just for the year, because we're just not allowing those individuals in the building from an outside group.
Okay. Were there any questions from board members regarding this contract? All right, Allison?
Montes?
Aye.
Lyon?
Aye.
Lyon?
Yes.
Phelps?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Aye. Sharpie?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
All right, next up, do I have a motion to consider approval of the community solar project?
So moved.
Second.
Who would like to take this, Dr. Asplin or Member Lyon?
I'll start it. It will be known as the solar capital of Western Illinois. Which isn't a bad place to be, if you ask me. There's two parts to the proposal today. There are three?
Go ahead, I'll pick up.
Okay. There's the project here at this building, which is a community solar project.
Solar for all.
Solar for All, right, changing it. Solar for All project. This project originally was proposed to us to be along, the name of the street, Harrison Street. And we felt it was not prudent to use up green space used for our community. In the board packet, you'll see that they've changed the location of the solar arrays to both leave a 260-foot piece from the sidewalk to the beginning of the array, which leaves a pretty good substantial green space for the community to have available to it, as well as a green space around our school. So most of the array goes, most of our property north-south along the railroad tracks. There's a little fill around the playground currently used by the preschoolers, and they've agreed to put a screen on the fencing there, so the view isn't solar panels. And if you'll look at that, demonstrate the diagram, the solar array will also be included on the roof of this building as well. It's the responsibility of the solar company to do an engineering study of the roof and the substructure to make sure it's sufficiently built well enough to accommodate the load of the solar panels. Yes,
Question.
please.
So I brought this up before about putting solar on the roofs, and I was told we didn't wanna do that because of maintenance to a flat roof. And so now you're coming to me and saying you wanna put solar on the roof.
We already have it on Lombard, don't
Here's the
we?
good timing though. So we had put a brand new roof on this 2 years ago. And so, in talking to the roof manufacturer, this will actually, this particular one, because of the membrane that was put on this one, it will actually reduce the degradation of the membrane because of the sun, the amount that's attributed to sunlight, because this is a new one. If we were on an older roof, I would've given you that answer, because we'd have to go up and maintain that. But because it's brand new, it's a little different story.
You do, as part of the solar current array at Lombard, we have rooftop units there.
Those are on new roofs too.
We got a new one.
They kept them up really bad, but.
So, now, on solar for all, the benefits in addition to generating electricity from a green space source, 25% of the electricity will be allocated to the school district to use at whatever building we want to apply it to. The remaining 75% is this solar for all project becomes available to low-income people in one's community. If we can't subscribe enough people, then it's other people elsewhere, anywhere can subscribe to get the reduced utility bills. This array should support the electric needs of 250 households. Part of the agreement is the company that we work with works on recruiting, will work with us on recruiting families to sign up to get this decrease in their utility usage fee. It doesn't, of course, touch the Ameren fee on the delivery of the utility of the electricity, but it will probably do away with all, I was told, of their electric costs, with the exception of the delivery fee, which is around half of it. So it allows us to support our families, and it will allow us to support our school. It doesn't require us to give up a substantial piece of our property, but we are using the piece that's probably least likely to be used at all, and that's the one along the railroad tracks. Any question on that project?
So do we have expense in this, or is this like our other solar arrays?
We don't own these, so there's no expense for us.
How long is the commitment?
20 years.
Is that what our other ones are?
Speaking of the other ones, are they turned on or?
Do we have fences?
They are turned on, there's fences everywhere but here. Which we asked them to do this one last. We haven't gotten a bill yet, so I can't tell you what we saved yet, because we haven't, this is the first month.
Any questions?
Are these separate in the agenda?
Any questions regarding
All one project.
this particular part of the project at Silas, or at, the board office?
One other item that wasn't mentioned is this company that would be overseeing the installation would also be setting up a scholarship at a minimum to run through 2027. That would be awarded each time in the amount of $5,000 to a District 205 student pursuing a degree in STEM. And then they've identified some ways to extend that timeline out to potentially increase the financial contribution of that as well as offering to the districts that they work with some type of an internship for a student at their company.
Thanks, Nick. There's an attached letter in our packet from their CEO that talks about that. The other part of solar is sort of, is a more public one, which is sort of exciting. It doesn't generate a lot of electricity, but it's only 3 short pieces. But it's the one that would go over part of the parking lot at the Willard faculty parking facility. There's some pictures in the packet.
Allison, can you?
You know what page it's on?
Mine doesn't memorize it.
Can't scroll down.
159.
Oh, that's why I didn't make it big enough to see.
Okay. Well, those of you who have access to it's a cantilevered piece that will go over, there's 3 sections of it in their recommendation. One goes over the left, the furthest west lane of parking.
Along Fremont.
Along
Seminary.
Seminary, right, or seminary. And that would be,
And you park under them?
you park under.
They're 14 feet tall.
Like the carport.
And it's just the one.
And they relocate the trees that are located along Seminary as well. Right, but one of them on Fremont already died.
There's one out of the, right, by our place.
Right, so they would pay to relocate those others, so I mean, there'd be not a lot of use for those trees, it's sort of 14-foot tall solar array right there.
And then there's 2 other pieces on the far eastern edge of that parking lot as well, one on either side of the drive-in. So it looks sort of cool.
Does it take away any parking spots?
No,
No.
it only covers them. And it would save us about $8,000 a year in savings, so it's not a big money saver, although we'll always take $8,000. But it's a nice added enhancement there for Silas Willard to have some covered parking and to show the community another use for solar.
It looked really nice. I mean, the pictures, I accompanied with it. I was really quite impressed with how it looks.
And there is no cost for the installation of that either, to the district. And that's behind the meter, so that's a direct savings off the bill there at Silas Willard.
Dr. Asplin, I know when we had the Building and Grounds Committee meeting, we had discussed with them the possibility of potentially putting some panels and arrays on the roof of the school. Did that turn out to be not feasible?
They said for this project to get done, they just needed to concentrate on this short part, but that was something that they'd like to revisit later. But for the purposes, they are on a time crunch, we aren't. They're on a time crunch for the solar for all, because their renewable energy credits run out, and so the timing for them was they just needed to get this part done. So in the future, we still would anticipate trying to get something else done there, but not right now.
Are there any other pieces to this project? Are there questions from board members?
When will the install start on these?
They would hope to have them done by basically the turn of the calendar.
Really?
Heard that before.
Yes, you heard me say hope, right? So
What year?
yeah, this calendar. Great question. But they do have some motivation because there's, some state money that they have to get and they have to do it pretty fast. So, the summary is we'd save roughly $34,000 a year in addition to what we already project to save on our other solar projects. And we get the scholarship for at least 7 years. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a pretty good deal for us, very low risk. We're not out any money, and we can also provide 250 people a substantial reduction on their power bill as well. So it seems like a good turn for a lot of different people.
Any other questions? Any other drawbacks? Are there drawbacks to this plan?
I mean, there's always drawbacks in terms of anything. I mean, you're going to have, those panels on the roof that if something did ever happen, you would have to get those off of their repair. And so, that's a drawback. ever wanted to do something with the property, west of the parking, or west of the playground at this building, that would be off the table for the next 20 years. You know, I will commend Member Lyon. He really walked that property and moved that thing to a place where he felt like it would be the least needed. So, yeah, I mean, there's a little risk in the fact that you're basically taking up most of the rest of the green space, but I think this plan does a really good job of preserving, and believe me, I see the people out there every day. I mean, the part that we left open is the part that people use. So I feel like we're still giving the people of the community the part of the park that they still use. And would, you know, be doing some positive things for the community and by using the other part of it for solar panels.
Any other comments, questions? Allison?
Hannigan?
Aye.
Lyon?
Yes.
Phelps?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Aye. Shorty?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Fontes?
Aye. Okay, next up, we are moving into focus area 3.
Moving on.
Look at that. Responding to the changing needs of our community. First up, we have a motion to consider approval of the press policies on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
So, as was mentioned, this is the first, the first set of readings for these press policies, but there are a lot, and some of the changes impact other policies. Dr. Pressman?
Yeah, thank you. So, Member Lyon pointed out to us earlier tonight that we do need to look at board policy 5 and 5220, regarding the denotation of long-term subs. We'll definitely correct that. The biggest issue is that there's a new policy that the state is requiring that we pass in regards to Title IX. Title IX is gender and sex equity to make sure that we have equal offerings and also have protections in place for all genders and sexes in our school. So we have to appoint, as part of this, we have to appoint a Title IX compliance officer. And as part of that policy, we've recommended Mindy Ritchie for that position. I've already spoken to her about that. It goes in line with a lot of her current duties already. And then because of that Title IX policy, there's lots of changes that kind of cascade into all the other policies that pertain to that. And the policy committee looked these over, and we're really recommending that we keep almost everything that they're saying in all of these policies. There's a few exceptions there. The one that talks about types of leaves here in the district, we are recommending that we don't approve that one and we keep the current reading of ours because it has to align with our contract. So that one we wanted to keep the way that it was. But for the most part, it's fairly legally, most of them are legalistic changes, but the big change is going to be in that Title IX area. So there's going to have to be a lot of trainings for our staff as well. So the biggest change in all of this is that Title IX policy, because it is going to dictate a lot of other changes that we'll have to do within the district.
Lots of changes.
And we'll go over this again next month, so if anybody has any questions, we'll definitely address that one issue with the long-term subs.
If other board members are interested in knowing what those changes are, or actually how those may pan out for a district, the IASB, was it IASB or ISB?
IASB.
Yeah, IASB did a press policy video, webinar, and you can log into our, portal, and you can watch a replay of that. I actually encourage that. I'm familiar with some of those changes because of the work that we're doing over at Knox and the impacts that some of the changes have required in Title IX response, but they did a really good job in 60 minutes of laying out what those changes are and the kinds of things that we should be asking ourselves as a district. Because when we make a policy change, and this one we're required to make by law, the procedures that follow are gonna have to be looked at. And I've had a couple of conversations with Dr. Asplund in that regard.
Yep.
All in favor?
Allison?
Yep.
Aye.
Opposed?
That was a quarter till 11 eye right there.
Mhm. Next up, do I have a motion to consider approval of District 205 budget?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions?
Thank you for the explanation earlier, Jennifer.
I appreciate your diligence in the numbers and staying conservative and being frugal. It's frightening to think of all the hard work and tears and ache that we went through a few years ago, and now a pandemic may just.
On the bright side, if there is one, just think if you hadn't done that though,
I
what
know.
the pandemic would do, so.
I know.
That
So-
hard work gave us the ability to breathe a little bit right now, so let's look on the bright side.
And I will say to the point that, Mrs. Ham was making regarding our board policies and our 180 days on cash and our 2-to-1 ratio. It was really important after going through what we went through, that we set those goals, so that if we found ourselves in this position again, we would have that breathing room, right? That was a must, so yes, we are.
And Mrs. Ham did a wonderful job of explaining, but I wanna reiterate again, we put every worst case scenario out there, okay? So, we always feel it's better to show you death so you accept pain later. So, I mean, that's what we're doing. We don't wanna come back, we don't wanna give you a best case scenario now and then come back in April and go, yeah, we were really off. Instead of saying we were gonna have this, we lost another $4 million. So, understand that we are just preparing you for the worst case scenario. There are many ways that this could turn out better, but Mrs. Ham did a fantastic job of explaining all the levers and still could fall and where we could see ourselves in that position come in the spring.
Allison?
Phelps?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Aye. Sharpie?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Montes?
Aye.
Hunnigan?
Aye.
Lyon?
Yes.
I apologize real quick. Luke, are you still on there or did he go?
I'm here.
Okay. Because member Walters isn't here, does he sign the budget or do we not have him sign the budget?
You can either appoint a pro tem to sign for him, or I think he can come in later and sign that. If you wanna have it signed tonight, I just appoint someone pro tem for his position.
Or we can just sign it tomorrow?
Yeah.
I'll be back in town on Friday, Dr. Esplin, and I can cover that.
Tomorrow, I meant Friday. All right, Luke?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, next up, do I have a motion to consider approval of the area vocational center budget?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Allison?
Rodriguez? Aye. Sharpie?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Montes?
Aye.
Hunnigan?
Aye.
Lyon?
Yes.
Phelps?
Aye.
All right, do I have a motion to consider approval of the 1-year extension to the physical/immunization exclusion date?
So moved.
Second.
Just explain that, I read it, I didn't.
I'd say Courtney agreed to stay around here so that she can, I can think of any questions. So somebody please ask a question for us.
I have my sleeping voice on, so with that, currently the health department included in some, healthcare provider offices, they are not accepting appointments for school physicals and immunizations right now, given the current pandemic and the overload that they are bombarded with, so, what IDPH and NSD request is that we follow the state exclusion date for this school year of October 15th. So that, it's not a 1-year extension on that, it's pushing it back to the October 15th exclusion date.
Oh. So there still will be a date this school year.
There's still an exclusion.
Correct, yeah.
Usually our exclusion date's first day of school.
Right.
Correct, so yeah, regardless of, e-learning or in-person learning, the physical, and health requirements, mandates still remain.
The vision and all that.
Correct, yeah,
Are people gonna be able to get that done by October 15th?
say that again?
Are they gonna be able to do it by October 15th? If people aren't getting appointments made and things like that?
Well, we haven't publicized that that extension had been applied, so,
People should have been getting in those appointments and at least scheduled ahead of time in preparation for that first day exclusion, so, but I imagine we will still have exclusions on that October 15th date, but hopefully there won't be as many.
Well, and to clarify, the reason it's written as 1-year extension, because next year we assume we're going back to the other way, so this is just a one-off. So our policy says first day of school, we're just saying, hey, that's not really applicable this year, so for this year only, so we don't have to come back and have to change next year.
Thank you.
Questions? Allison?
Sharpie?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Surratt?
Aye.
Flanagan?
Aye.
Ryan? Phelps?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Aye.
Do I have a motion to consider approval of the Hart Technologies agreement?
So moved.
Second.
Right, so what these are, so in the past, we had contracts that you never saw, with, a company called Red Eye, who did our off-site storage and off-site consultation, and Red Eye's out of Arizona, okay? So Hart's out of East Peoria. So, we're actually, and I greatly apologize because of the time today, I wasn't able to get you the exact dollar amount, but it is less. This is a lesser amount than what we were paying at Red Eye. So basically, we're replacing the Red Eye services with the Hart services, and Hart's in East Peoria. Red Eye did great, not throwing anything at Red Eye, they were good, but they're also in Arizona. And these guys are cheaper and closer, so we're recommended to switch from Red Eye to Hart.
There's 3 different contracts, right? They're doing
Correct.
3 different services.
Right, so you've got your remote services, you've got your off-site storage, and then you have just your typical labor if we're asking for other things, so it sets the rate of labor if we ask them to come over and do work. So you have your remote network monitoring, so basically 24/7 all the time, if something goes horribly bad with your servers, we know it right away. And second of all, they do off-site storage at another location, so if there's a, catastrophe here, there's another place where we back up our data. So,
And they actually store it or they contract with someone else?
they either do it at their site or they contract with somebody else and then we take that other person, that other school district. I did a similar thing at Farmington where we did Limestone High School, where we had theirs and they had ours.
Or does it go something like Amazon?
No, we don't want, this is to purposely not put it on the cloud or put it out there somewhere else, this is to put it in an actual physical location.
It's always.
Yes, that's true, but it's not in North Carolina or a data center in Belgium somewhere, so it's somewhere near here.
Any other questions?
I think that.
Allison?
Walters?
Aye.
Surratt?
Aye.
Flanagan?
Aye.
Ryan?
Yes.
Phelps?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Aye. Sharpie?
Aye.
All right. Do I have a motion to consider approval of the Career and Technical Education intergovernmental agreement?
So
So,
moved.
second.
Dr. Esplin?
Thank you, so this is a yearly, action item in September, so this basically keeps us in Delbar, GAVC, so that we can access the Perkins grant money from the federal government. No changes were made to the agreement.
Questions? Allison?
Surratt?
Aye.
Flanagan?
Aye.
Ryan?
Yes.
Phelps?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Aye. Sharpie?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
All right, do I have a motion to consider approval of the district-wide community eligibility provisions?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Davis, your turn again.
I'll try to be brief. I will give you a little bit of overview of how CEP works, in case you're unaware. So, June 30th of 21, our current CEP rate will expire, so we are required to basically reapply. Now, our current CEP reimbursement rate is 98%, and that's due to our direct certified percentage of students in our K through 8 buildings is approximately 61.87%, okay, which gives us a reimbursement rate of 98%. When you include 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, that reduces that percentage from about 61 to about 57, which gives you a 92% reimbursement rate. Okay?
Bad numbers.
Right. So, however, so I've presented you with some figures. Please keep in mind too that even though the figures do show a little bit of a decrease, if we don't increase our participation in meals, we have to reapply in 2021. Plus, we're going to be adding 7th and 8th grade into our high school buildings, so that population is going to come together. So, I guess the alternative is you take away CEP, which at a 92% reimbursement rate, that is just for sake of argument, that's a very high reimbursement rate. Schools that are just over 40% with direct certified percentage are going CEP. I mean, they're struggling to balance it out, but it is possible. We're much higher than that. As far as reaching our financial, reaching that balance as to where we are now with meal increases, I believe that's a very conservative number for us to hit. Even if we would, for instance, in GHS, we serve breakfast to less than 10% of that population on a daily basis, and that's pretty ridiculous, I believe. I do think that with proper marketing of the program, especially with a brand new kitchen, that and promoting that free meals, that is going to increase much more than that. Also, if you add 50% into your lunches, 50% of where we're at now, that only brings you to about 65% of that population that's eating lunch. So what I'm saying is we have a lot of work to do at GHS. Yeah, that's just, figure-wise, that's kind of where we're at with that. I can try to answer any specific questions that you.
What kind of money are we talking about?
Well, as far as current revenue right now for GHS, just for GHS, you're talking about, overall, you're talking about 1.8 million, I guess, off the top of my head, 1.8. For GHS, $270,000 was our base revenue for our traditional claiming method right now, just out of GHS. You're looking at K through 8, 1.4.
This program helps an awful lot of people.
Yeah, over 800,000 meals a year.
Any other questions?
I'm very excited, thank you.
Thank you.
Allison?
Hannigan?
Yes.
Lyon?
Yes.
Feltes?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Aye. Shelby?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Sanchez?
Aye. Next up, consider approval of behavior interventions, policies, and procedures.
So moved.
Second.
Let's get out of here. I did read it all.
So did you read it? So this is our annual thing that we have to present to the board and approve. The new document took a little longer because it reflects all the changes that the state board has been going through in dealing with restraints and timeouts. So it's updated to reflect the most current information going forward when our students are here.
And those isolation rooms that we've built into the schools reflect these new guidelines.
Yes, sir. There, we only have, two
Number.
actual working timeout rooms, and neither of them lock. And actually, one's now a speech room.
Yeah.
We actually have two at Lombard that were recently built this summer.
They're really big.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
What do they look like, or what will they look like?
They're just square, I mean, they're just rectangles, they're just rooms.
They're just room?
It looks like an office.
Yeah, it's an office size, not like a classroom size.
Right. If we didn't have timeout room on there, you wouldn't even look like a speech room or anything.
It's not a padded cell.
No.
We don't chain them to the wall.
We may need one in a minute.
Let's not even make jokes about that. Somebody might misinterpret.
No kidding.
No one's awake.
Well, trust me, there's 28 of our closest
28
friends on
people.
here. All right.
You said.
Allison? Ryan?
Well, sure.
Yeah. Aye.
Reyes? Aye. Kirby?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Marcus?
Aye.
Flanagan?
Aye.
Folks, we are spiraling into delirium.
Have you ever seen the Muppet Show with the
Stay
Headlers?
focused.
We got this going on here.
Oh my gosh.
I love it.
Maury?
Cool.
Getting their tired
It's
giggles?
awesome. I could do this every day now.
Do I have a motion to consider approval of the resolution providing for the issue of approximately $13,385,000 general obligation school bonds, series 2020A of the district for the purpose of increasing the working cash fund of the district and refunding certain outstanding bonds of the district, providing for the levy of a direct annual tax sufficient to pay the principal and interest on the bonds, and authorizing the sale of the bonds to Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Ham?
Don't have to sign most of it.
So we have, Kevin Hyde from Steeple, joining us, or I think Kevin's still on there. I saw him.
Been there the whole time.
I saw him 4 hours ago, so I assume Kevin is still there. Hi, Kevin.
Hello, I'm still here.
So Kevin, would you like to explain kind of what we're doing with the $12 million in working cash for our construction project, and then the refunding of the 2011 A's?
Sure, yeah, the 2011 8 are the bonds that were outstanding from 2011. They are callable now, coming up in January, so as soon as October, we can close on new bonds to refinance those bonds. And there is about $300,000 worth of savings on a present value basis to refinance those at the same time that we're issuing the working cash fund bonds, which, if you can't remember, this has kind of been a long ongoing process as your construction. This is the final leg of the financing that got you to the $52 million worth of project monies. So that's what's going on with that particular resolution. The resolution sets forth the parameters that allow us to go to market on the bonds. We are planning to have a pricing probably about the 1st of October on the bonds. I will share, if Jennifer has not already shared with you, that you were again awarded the AA- rating with S&P, and that is maintaining the current rating you had outstanding, and that's just absolutely great. That's not what's going on in a lot of school districts today, and again, I think it's was mentioned by the rating agency, the very prudent financial management that the district has done over the last several years, and the reserves that they have been able to build up and acquire, that has really put you in the position of being able to maintain that rate, which is far above many of what would be considered your peer districts maintained today. So that will definitely help us when it comes time to marketing the bonds as well. We look to close on the bonds then towards the end of October. Again, you'll have savings from the refinancing that helps to manage the cost of the new money as well, and so it works out as kind of a double plus, if you will.
questions?
Are these new bonds callable as well in 9 years?
Kevin, when are these, when is the 12 million, when is that callable?
There will be a call feature on that, that's kind of a game day decision, but typically right now we're seeing them around 7 to 8 years in terms of callability. It's not a big premium to put it sooner than 10, so 10 has kind of been over the years the normal standard for bonds, but right now we're doing a lot more in the 7 and 8 year decision, call based on the market at that point in time.
And this parameters resolution basically allows Dr. Asplund to sign the bond documents once that occurs on October 1st. So.
Right, the board president and the superintendent can authorize the actual sale once the bonds are priced that day. We don't have to come back to the board for another action item. Allows us to kind of market the bonds more quickly than having to wait to the October board.
What kind of interest rate do you think we will get on these bonds?
Give me just a second here to pop back to the most recent run we made of that. There's not gonna lock up on me. Right now it's kind of locking up on me.
It doesn't have to be, you know, perfect.
I'm anticipating somewhere in the lower to mid threes, with an all-in total interest cost with, you know, fees and everything factored in.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Allison?
Phelps?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Aye. Shirkey?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Cervantes?
Aye.
Hennigan?
Aye.
Lyon?
Okay, next up, do I have a motion to consider approval of a resolution providing for the issue of approximately 10,880,880. Yep, I said it right. General obligation refunding school bonds, parentheses, alternate revenue source, series 2020B, of the district for the purpose of refunding certain outstanding bonds of the district, providing for the pledge of certain revenues to the payment of principal and interest on the bonds, providing for the levy of the direct annual tax sufficient to pay such principal and interest if the pledged revenues are insufficient to make such payment, and authorizing the sale of the bonds to Sifo Nicholas and Company Incorporated.
So moved.
Oh, that was right.
Second.
Same vote, right?
Yes.
Allison?
Rodriguez? Aye. Shirkey?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Cervantes?
Aye.
Hennigan?
Aye.
Lyon?
Yes.
Phelps?
Aye.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Kevin.
Sorry.
Get paid by the
Hey,
hour.
have a good night. Stay well.
Next up, do I have, is a report on negotiations, Member Lyon?
We've taken sort of a hiatus to, get school started. The last meeting, plans were made for our side to come up with part of a piece of document to present, and they were doing the same. And follow our discussions, stay in executive session, and try to schedule a time with them to move this forward yet this month.
Which this meeting will then become our, I believe, our 20th meeting.
20th?
2-0.
Any questions? Thank you.
Great job.
Next up, personnel. Do I have a motion to consider approval of the personnel report?
So moved.
You missed it.
Even though we did that at the end.
Oh, that's right.
I need a second.
Second.
Any questions regarding the personnel report? Allison?
Shirkey?
Aye.
Walters?
Abstain.
Cervantes?
Aye.
Hennigan?
Aye.
Lyon?
Yes.
Phelps?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Aye.
Next up, the grievance update, Dr. Esplin.
The DEA withdrew their last grievance, so we have no grievances.
Okay, any FOIA requests?
We had none.
All right. Comments by the Board of Education. Member Rodriguez.
I got none.
Member Shirkey.
I got school tomorrow.
Thank you for everybody that stayed and everybody that stayed online. Appreciate you watching all this. I'm glad we're back in school even though it's virtual. I know I've participated in that and I know it's a struggle for everybody involved. I'm very impressed with the teachers and they're doing a great job in the most difficult time. And thanks to all the staff for providing all the support. So we can continue.
Member Hamilton?
No comment.
Member Phelps?
Abstain.
No comments.
Member Lyon? All right, I will just echo my thanks. Oh, Member Walters, yes.
I want to thank all of the families that are putting in all of the work at home. Ensure that their kids are actively engaged in learning. I also want to thank and recognize the faculty that have done a tremendous job. It seems to me as a parent of two kids in the district that they're working even more than they would if they were in person. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that they're doing, and I applaud them for what they're doing to try and make it as normal of an academic setting as possible. And I would like to encourage the district to begin exploring opportunities to be able to return to the classroom if it's deemed safe and appropriate. I do think we need to try and navigate that way if at all possible.
I would just echo my thanks. This is not easy, and I appreciate people's patience. We also, I'm gonna put everybody, because it's, I mean, feedback is important, so, we do not know if there's an issue, if we're not hearing about the issue, and we wanna be able to address those, so when it comes to internet, Wi-Fi, meal pickup, things like that, we just wanna make sure that we are doing our due diligence, so if you have some feedback, please make sure we're hearing it. Next meeting, or any future agenda items? Okay, future meeting, Monday, October 20th, 7 p.m. Or October 12th at 7. Oh my gosh. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.